kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Happy. High fives and all that. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hug, butt munchers. Thanks for watching and listening to this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Colin with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. How are ya? What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary's fresh off a photo shoot, so she's all, well, not gussied, glammed up.
Her
Right.
makeup's done.
You're right.
I have more
nice.
makeup on my face right now than I may have ever had on my face. I don't wear this.
Keep it up. You look great.
Is
Fake
this
eyelashes are wild.
is this prom level makeup? Homecoming level makeup?
I never wore makeup like this. And like I have on like foundation and contouring and
Did you have to have someone do it for you?
yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
100%. But no, I never. Even in high school, all I've ever done is eye makeup. I don't even own concealer. So
Are you implying that you've never had anything to conceal?
no, I just don't
you
know how to
ever
use it.
Seen her conceal anything? If anything happens, Mary's like, I have to tell everybody now.
Everybody listen right now.
I forgot sunglasses. Everybody must know.
No, but the complaint for a lot of girls that don't wear a lot of makeup is it's a lot of work. What do I get out of it?
Sure.
And then a couple times they have it done and they go, "Oh, this is what I get out
Definitely. I feel
Yeah.
beautiful. And I
Right.
have felt so hot all day. But I was like, there is a 0% chance I would take an hour to do my makeup every day. It's just not going to happen.
of it." An hour. That's how long it took. An
It took
hour.
about an hour, yeah.
An hour.
Yeah.
Why so long?
Because it's like a 40-step process. You got to do it all.
If somebody has really bad skin, you don't have bad skin.
No.
Yeah. A lot of people, when you see them all gussied up, and then you kind of take a closer look and you go, "Oh, they have
Yeah.
really bad skin. I
Sure.
see what's going on there."
Been watching, what's that show?
Nailed it.
Love is Blind.
Oh.
And we're on the episode where the couples are meeting in person, and they're like spending the first night together.
Is this a show where everybody's blind? Is it literally
No,
titled?
they
talk through a wall.
through a wall, and then they get engaged.
wall.
It's a
It's
garbage
crazy.
TV. It's a
really
great show.
crazy.
it's
the
great garbage
sanctity
television.
of marriage
Yeah.
that everyone's got
Yeah,
a
well,
rod
they're
for.
trying. It's an experiment to try and connect on
Social
a
experiment.
personal level
I
before they get
see.
to the physical stuff.
And see what they
And
look.
it
You don't even
all
see what they look
falls
like.
apart.
I see.
But
But everyone they hire is hot. There's not an ugly person on
By the
that
way,
show.
why?
Until they
Go,
take their
go- I
makeup
don't
off.
want to interrupt. Go ahead, Bill. What were you
well,
saying?
this one girl has no makeup on. The guy's like, you look like a different person. And she's like, what? And he's like, I don't mean that in a bad way. You just don't look like yourself. And I was just like,
Why do
yeah.
we take it as such a virtue that you would make a judgment on someone based on nothing aesthetic? We consider that such a
don't
great
know.
thing that two people have fallen in love without taking into account very important things.
Yeah.
Physical attraction. You know, you hear these dummies go, I just like somebody that's is funny. And it's like, no, everybody is initially attracted to somebody.
Right.
Now, sense of humor can overcome
Sure.
a lack of physical attraction.
Bump you up a couple times.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Mm-hmm.
Where you go, well, he ain't much to look at, but he makes me laugh, right? That kind
Bill
of thing.
Squire.
Ouch.
Just kidding. Love you.
Wow.
We've talked about that before. When he
She's,
said,
she's
It's
all
my
glammed
words,
up.
not
Guess
my
what?
looks, but-
She's
Yes.
glammed up and she's taking shots at you.
I've said 100 times that Bill gets laid because of his words, not his face.
He doesn't deny that.
Right. That's
He
why I
said it. Right.
I'm not being mean.
No, but you coughed and said it.
Kind of me.
You went, Bill Squire.
Well, keep wearing makeup.
Dude, I know. I look like a swamp witch.
But I don't know why we consider that such a virtue that people, they didn't even see each other. It's how you really are. You know, how you perceive yourself is very tied into how you look.
Sure.
You know, now sometimes that can go too far one way where that's all you're consumed with. But I don't know why we shut that off, why we send that out. And somehow it's a greater, bigger, more abiding situation if you're not taking into account what they look like.
But only to a certain point, because if you meet someone on the internet who never sends you a picture, that's a red flag.
Right.
You know
Why
what
would
I
that
mean?
be a red flag?
Well, they're like, oh, do you even know if this guy's real? He's probably trying to scam you out of money. But this whole show is based off of falling in love with someone without seeing them.
right.
Well,
so every
but they are-
catfish.
the
They
show
are
he's
a-
describing,
yeah.
they're not lying to
Yeah.
each other. I mean,
Right.
you know, they go, what do you look like?
Now-
But you probably can't even ask, what do you look like? That would be my first question. Oh, we're going to meet through a wall? What do you look like? And I'll tell you what I look like. And then, you know, that
Right.
would
Well,
make
they're
for
not
a very
supposed to
exciting
do
show.
that. They
Right,
don't-
exactly.
they don't-
Because, you
yeah.
know,
But again, everybody on the show is pretty attractive because it is a TV show.
right.
This is the first season where they've put some thicker people on there.
Yeah.
Thicker girls. All the guys are fit.
Mhm.
There's still no body positivity movement for men.
Right.
They call it like the dad bod thing, but like the dad bod thing is such a
Yeah, they
it's
don't
like,
get on TV shows. They get like photographed in like magazines. Or
But a dad bod is just not being ripped. Like girls don't want a guy that's got a gut like hanging over their belly. Like
Right.
that's not what they're talking about when they say dad bod. They just want a guy that it doesn't have
It's got an extra layer
better.
on him.
Yeah, that doesn't have like abs when they don't.
maybe
Right.
a little chest hair, maybe a little something down there, but not.
Like a small belly, but not like a full on like big fat gut or like
Like me after I
Yeah.
get to my weight goal.
Right. Like people talk about how Leonardo DiCaprio has a dad bod because the guy's never worked out for a role.
No, he's just fat.
No, he's not fat.
Fat.
He's not fat. He just
Oh, I'm
doesn't. He's
fat.
never been a superhero. He's never been, you know, it's probably very much by design. He's an actor. He's not, and everybody talks about Dwayne Johnson. I think Dwayne Johnson is a very entertaining guy. He's not a good actor.
well, wait
Right?
till you
He's
see
not-
Black Adam.
It's, again, I'm not going to go see that because it looks like there are zero chances being taken
They
there.
they really stretched his ability to act.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about that movie. I couldn't care less about it. I know it's making like $500 million already because people, you know, they want to go to the movies, and I'm sure it's fun. And I do like me some Pierce Brosnan, but I couldn't care less about Black Adam.
Pierce Brosnan is fantastic in this movie.
You went to
It's-
go see it.
I saw it on Sunday. Yeah, it was all right. I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's The Rock is a superhero. Yeah, I
Mhm.
get it. Like he's that guy. He's that guy in every movie. He's just not wearing a costume.
Yeah.
The Rock is a superhero that you've never heard of and is also using the powers of a different superhero that's already out there.
Doesn't he
'Cause
get like
it-
all the powers or something?
Well,
Can't he do all
if
of
you've
it?
seen the movie Shazam, he's basically the same kind of powers as Shazam.
Yeah, I remember
It's
Black Adam, but he looked more like the Submariner than The Rock. I mean, I know they don't have to look exactly like him when
Yeah.
they adapt a film, but yeah, no, it's one of those movies where I'm like, man, I want to be excited about this, but I just can't muster. It's like it looks like it was so focus grouped, and I don't know, man, something about it. I'm like, I don't care. It's Diwali. I'm so excited for the Festival of Lights this week that I've been so busy celebrating that. You know, for our Hindu and Sikh listeners, happy Diwali. 5 full all this week. You know, one of the most, when I was in college and I dated for a while almost exclusively Hindu girls, I had to celebrate so many festivals with them. And I'd have to help them get in their get up. And when my girl would get going on Lakshmi and Ganesha, woo, man, I got the vapors. So it's a very exciting week.
That's one type of food I just never really gotten into.
Indian food,
Yeah, my
so
I
good.
love Indian
So
my
good.
my roommate in college was a guy. He was from Jersey City, and he was Hindu and Indian, and he would just keep food. He was like, "Oh, you have some extras, whatever it was in there," because he was vegan. He was like, "I have some extras, something in the freezer if you want it." I would look at it. I'm like, "No, I don't want it."
You didn't even try it.
But I could smell it, and I didn't like it.
It smells. There's a lot of American food that smells awful, tastes great.
But I didn't want to try it with if I can get.
So you've never had
nasty-
Indian food?
No, I have had
Oh.
it, but not that particular time. Like there have been times where I've been in his company and we've gone to Indian restaurants because I want to be a sport, and he's like vegan, so he can't eat certain things, or vegetarian. I guess he wasn't vegan, and so I'm like, all right, I'll try it, and I'm like, I don't like it, and so
Well,
after
if you
that-
don't like it, you don't like it. But, you know, can't be expected to like everything.
I like it.
Me too, boy.
Very good.
Ugh. Okay. I got to take a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win coming up at 2:30. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen for those keywords because you get them all day long, about 30 past the hour. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio
with amazing illustrations. Available now. Order today at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. You can text me, 35192. Be another keyword for you here in about 10 minutes. 2:30 is going to be the next shot for you to go fund yourself. There's $1,000 on the line every time you hear one of those keywords. So keep your ears peeled for those. You got 5 chances on this show and then into the Corey Roddick Experience. Rover starts him at 9:30 and Corey ends him at 9:30 p.m. So just be listening for him because there's plenty of money to be won. Cavaliers off tonight. They're still here at home tomorrow night. They will play the Orlando Magic. I'm most excited for December the 19th, quite frankly. That is the first appearance of the Utah Jazz here in Cleveland. That's when those two teams will meet because Colin Sexton went to the Jazz, right?
Yep.
Our old boy, who? Lauri Markkanen went to the Jazz in that Donovan Mitchell trade. And both teams out of the gate look pretty good. You know, we were talking about the Sixers and Lakers. Are both, I don't know if it's changed, but as of yesterday, they were both 0-3.
The Sixers have won.
Okay.
They beat the Raptors, I want to say, and then your Bulls looked good last night. They won.
Yeah, better than they did against the Cavaliers.
I think they beat the Celtics, which they were undefeated too. So
yeah,
you know,
it's a good start to the season.
It's exciting. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening. Ja Morant is on a crazy tear. He's plays for the Grizzlies, and he's a lot of fun to watch. They beat the Nets, who ended up having Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant both come back, and they both scored like 37 or 38 points and still lost.
Yeah. Would you say that there's excitement in the air?
I don't like to just put things out there like that.
Especially with all the climate activists running around. I don't want
mashed potatoes getting thrown on me.
I don't need letters written to me, all right? But if there's basketball excitement in the air, my understanding is that the risk of chlorofluorocarbons in basketball excitement in the air is relatively low.
I follow basketball for the whole season. I don't think it really gets on like a national scene till Christmas when they play those Christmas Day games, and like more casual fans come along later in the season, especially once football's over.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I love basketball. It's my favorite sport, so I watch all the highlights every morning after, just to see what's going on in the league.
Well, and this is a weird time of year for me because, I've got it wasn't that long ago that I switched out my White Sox license plate frame to the Bears. But now the Bulls are playing too. Blackhawks are playing too. I'm wearing my Hawks shirt today.
When you got the Bears last night looked good.
Bears look great. What are you kidding me? How about those Chicago Bears? Holy camole.
No one can make sense of this football season so far. The Seahawks are leading their division.
Jets are great.
The Green Bay Packers and Buccaneers both suck.
Yeah.
The Jets are good. The Giants are good. None of it makes sense. The
It's
Bears
fun.
have been bad, but then last night they looked awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on here?
What gives?
Mm-hmm.
As my grandmother used to say. So anyway, Cavaliers, Orlando Magic, tomorrow night at the Romo Fijo, 7 o'clock tip-off.
I'll be there again.
Here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You will be there again.
Yes, Loudville this time.
Will you? Where were you last time?
Lower Bowl.
Quietville? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you had like
I had some
really
good
sweet
seats for that one.
the.
Not sweet, like it's like the upper part of the lower bowl, but it's still technically the lower bowl.
Tomorrow night you'll be way up there.
Yeah, I'll be up there in Loudville with the real fans.
Mm-hmm. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what we say.
They're up there screaming.
That's what you say to make poor people feel better. We're the real fans.
The real fans. They can barely afford these tickets, and yet they go to support the team.
Exactly.
God bless. I did want to bring it to Poundcake's attention, if he hadn't seen it yet, that Name a Snowplow 2022 has come back around again.
Plank Jackson. Let's do it.
Plank Jackson was last year. I don't think he officially submitted it, but it was a great idea. Did you ever officially submit Plank Jackson?
No, that was just a show favorite.
It's here on the show. Every year, the Ohio Turnpike, and every state does this. The Department of Transportation does like a little name a snowplow thing, and I couldn't even tell you what the names were last year. But I think this time you should really give it some thought, okay? Because each winner gets a $100 gift card. Now, to what? Don't know. Probably like one of those Visa doohickeys, right?
Hey, that you can spend those on anything though.
Sure. These days, you can spend $100 at the grocery store in about 10 minutes. Doesn't take that long. You really rack up the groceries. So, again, I don't know what the names were last year, but, here they are. Snow Force 1, no good. Darth Blader, Plowy McPlowface. Kind of over that whole thing.
Yeah, we've done that.
The McFace thing. Snowmore, Mr. Nice Guy.
That's good.
Snow-Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Or the Star Wars one, too.
O.H. Snow, you didn't. Sir Plows a lot, and push it real good.
That's good.
So I have, and it might not be something that comes to your mind immediately, Poundcake. You might not have something in the chamber, but just the randomness with which your brain tends to work best, I think that you could come up with something for this.
I think so too. I'm like trying
Just
to.
off the top of your head right now, they go, Poundcake, we're desperate. We need to name our last snowplow. What do you have for us? And you give them.
I don't have anything right now. I'm trying.
Would you give them Plank Jackson, just so that they would?
Just to shut up.
He's not even the mayor anymore, but you could still give them Plank Jackson.
Yeah, I'm really trying to think. Like, I love a good pun, and my mix with like puns and pop culture.
Yeah.
I just I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would be clever that hasn't already been done.
With snow, or plow, or drift, or
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
How about butthole of the world? McPlowface.
I'm down with that.
Okay. Well, just something to consider.
I'll think of a couple and I'll send them to you.
Okay. Allen Raptors beat the Heat last night.
Okay.
Okay.
Who did the Sixers won their first game.
That's good. That's good. Jordan Clarkson is also on the Jazz. Yeah, because we sent them a bunch of players.
Well,
for
we
Donovan
sent
Mitchell, right?
We sent Jordan Clarkson there years ago.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like he had been around
ago.
No, all right. What? Go ahead.
Lil Plow Wow.
Yeah, listen, yes.
Like
Send them Lil
No,
Plow
actually,
Wow.
I don't hate that.
Lil
Right.
Plow Wow.
Lil Plow
Okay.
Wow's all right.
How about bibbed for her pleasure? With the name checking the new mayor. How about that?
Oh, they beat the Pacers last night.
Pacers.
That's not as impressive.
No, that's
But-
Larry Bird
Still good.
and the Indiana Pacers. Reggie Miller. Okay. Well, anyway, I think
Chicka Plow Plow.
Yes, send them that. OhioTurnpike.org. Bow chicka plow plow.
I love Bow Chicka
That
Plow Plow.
is dynamite.
That's incredible.
Yes.
Y'all not about to take my money. It's mine. It's copywritten. It's
That's
trademarked.
right.
It's on the
Stop
radio.
saying it on the radio. Submit it right now.
It has already been spoken
I
for.
was trying to help.
Bow chicka plow wow.
Bound Chicka Plow Plow.
Plow
and then
Plow,
Lil
yeah.
Plow Wow.
Lil
was the
Plow
other
wow.
one.
Uh-huh. Yeah, those are all good. Anytime you want to leave us a message, the Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, I was listening to the podcast where you guys were talking about going to the ER and in the waiting room. There's someone I work with, their brother had some chest pain and they went to the ER and they didn't triage him and he was waiting in the emergency room, waiting room, and they didn't get to him and he died in the waiting room. So hospitals don't care about people. It's real unfortunate. Okay, bye.
Yeah, I wonder what your liability is if someone dies in your waiting room at the ER, because we got onto that thing yesterday about people in the ER and, attention, and people were texting me saying if you just go in and say, I have chest pains, they'll see you right away. Or you have a tightness in your chest, they'll see those. And according to that girl, that's not true. Somebody was sitting in there and they died in the ER. And it's not unprecedented. I mean, you do hear randomly those kinds of stories, but I wonder what kind of liability there is, if any. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people in there, and, they got to do a quick scan of the room and go, okay, we got this guy. He's got a crowbar in the back of his neck. This other guy over here has got half a leg. This guy's got tightness in his chest. As far as they're concerned, that could be acid reflux. You know how many people probably go to the ER and say, I'm having a heart attack, and then they get back there, and they just fart.
And they're just like, and they give them a Tums, and they go, wow, that feels great.
I'm not having a heart attack anymore. I'm much better, Doc. Thank you so much.
Where did Mary go?
What?
Where did Mary go?
I don't know. What is she doing?
I don't know.
Oh, is she doing another photo shoot?
I don't know.
All right. I also thought of Poundcake, too, because, he and his family went to the Grand Canyon this past summer. And I was reading about, now, I've never been out there. So I was ignorant to the fact that there is an elevator that will take you down into the Grand Canyon. Did you guys take the elevator?
He's on the phone.
On the phone.
I don't think he did.
Okay.
I don't think they took the elevator.
Well,
'cause
that
I think
elevator malfunctioned, and it kept
terrifying.
5 people 21 stories underground in the Grand Canyon. There have to be stairs in there, but they were trapped in the elevator. They were at the Peach Springs, Arizona part of the Grand Canyon, and apparently they were unable to use the stairway system. They were waiting. Were they inside or outside? It's hard to tell, but they said they were stranded 21 stories in the Grand Canyon. But isn't it all? It's got to be all lit up, and it's got to be all.
I mean, you're in an elevator, so it's probably light in there, but it still sucks to be stuck in an elevator.
But I don't know if they were in the car. It says they were waiting for a ride to the surface. The tourists are accommodated by, well, I mean, I guess they have suites down there or something. They will huckster our national heritage in every possible way that they can. It's like a natural Vegas from what I can see here at the Grand Canyon, because there's probably so much direct traffic between the two sites. There are hotel keepers who run a 6-person suite and food service in the caverns. You might be walking through the Grand Canyon and you might start to get a little peckish. You know how people are. They can't go 45 minutes without eating something, and so they have people that will take care of that for you. The suites are $1,000 a night. They try to get the elevator running. So I think what happened was these people, it sounds like they were stranded in their suites, in their luxury suites, and they couldn't get back up topside
that's not
to the
as
Grand Canyon.
bad as being stuck in an elevator.
Right. The visitors were unable to use a steep stairway system. Holy mackerel. These 5 people. All we have down here is fresh sushi and cucumber water and stairs that we can't use.
And desserts, but I'm not ready for dessert yet.
My sweet tooth is very regimented. I haven't even had my full meal yet.
Maybe after I walk up this steep staircase, then I'll have earned the sweets. But then I got to walk back down to get them.
I'll get all my steps in, and then I'll have that molten lava cake.
That's a lot of steps going up. I mean, walking up that many stairs, it's a good workout.
There you go.
You earned a little treat.
It sounds like they were put up in one of these luxury suites because they couldn't get topside, which is still, boy, out of all the ways to get stranded, this is not exactly like that documentary, the Chilean miners or the Taiwan, the Thailand soccer team or whatever, where they're sending divers in to haul them out before they drown. These people, how was your trip? Oh, we got stranded 21 stories below the Grand Canyon.
What was the boat that sank that they were talking about on Seinfeld?
The Andrea Doria.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were 1,200 survivors.
1,200?
What? I got some money here for you. It's $1,000. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Listen up and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword dollar at WMMS.com. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, so.
What's going on, Rich?
Hey, so I've got a story about being in the emergency room. I broke my collarbone about 10 years ago, and I get up to the front desk, and they're like, well, what's the problem? I said, I broke my collarbone. And they go, are you having any chest pains? And I said, will it get me in faster if I say yes? And she didn't really like that. She just gave me this stone face and said, sir, are you having any chest pains? And I said, no. And she said, go sit down.
Yeah, she was all mad. You're like, no, I'm not. Although, Rich, in your defense, they say that I remember my dad broke his collarbone many, many years ago when I was a kid. And that's reportedly like one of the most painful recoveries and the whole bit with the collarbone, right?
And there's not much they can do about it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't get a cast. I had to sleep in a recliner, which got real old real quick for weeks. I had to get surgery. I had a plate with 7 screws, and so the recovery was like a month. I mean, it took me forever.
Oh, how'd you do it?
So I dove into a bush on the University of Akron campus.
Of course he did. I dove into a bush, and boy, that was a concrete bush. I really hit I hit the branch the wrong way.
It had like a trunk. It was like 6 inches in diameter. I hit that trunk square on my collarbone, and it just shattered me.
I assume you were inebriated, Rich.
So I was not. I was helping a friend with their video production project.
Yeah.
And my goal, there was a video about bush diving. And so my role was to dive into this bush, right? And I dove in too hard.
Wow. Oof. Bill, I don't ever remember getting hurt in college bush diving. I'll tell you what, I was...
what do you mean by that?
Holy cow. Thank you, Rich. I just remember nothing but soft landings.
Well, why were you diving into bushes in college?
Because there are a lot of bushes.
But
I like diving into the bushes.
What kind of bush?
Girl bush.
Oh, yeah. Now you can play the music. I thought you were actually diving into bushes like the plants, not like a lady's bush. You dog, you.
You rascal. Oh. Hey, Caleb.
Yeah, bush diving. Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, so I work as a full-time fireman and paramedic.
Oh,
going back,
good for you.
Yep, I earned that. Going back to yesterday, once COVID hit, if you go in by ambulance, they don't really care unless it's serious. So we are taking people basically through the ER, showing them all the beds that they aren't going to sit in immediately, and then putting them in the waiting room with everyone else if the ER deems it necessary to put them out there.
Well, COVID was battle conditions, though. I mean, it was literally.
Well, it's still going on now.
Is
because
it?
of the staffing and everything else. So, I mean, we're still, they're triaging people, and if you need to be seen immediately, they will. But, like, the notion that, have the ambulance take you, you're going to go right back, that's not really a thing anymore.
So you have to be basically in, like, full-on arrest for them to kind of take you off the thing and get you right in there.
It depends how busy you are that day. It's like anything else, Some days you go and you wait in line, some days you don't.
It's like going to Chipotle now. Healthcare is like Chipotle. They're like, would you like double meat? Get to the back of the line and we'll see you when we can. Here's a sling.
Yeah.
But I'm having a heart attack. Put on the sling.
Yeah, and stay off the sneeze guard.
Right. Here's 2 Tylenol and stay off the sneeze guard. Okay, thank you, Caleb.
Yeah, love you, bye.
There's Caleb in Kent. The rare live contact from Caleb in Kent, who's out there doing the Lord's work. When we were talking yesterday about, I know what it was, because John Heffron had that issue when Mary's in Oklahoma City and was talking about how it took an hour and 10 minutes to get the ambulance there. That's how we got on that whole thing. And people were saying that, like, for as expensive as ambulances are, that EMTs aren't paid very much at all, which sucks. I mean, I know a couple of guys who make, I shouldn't say decent money, but they're not making minimum wage, And I guess that just depends on where you're living and where you're working. But Justin in Canton suggests Jadeveon Clowney. There you go. There's a sports reference. Poundcake wouldn't have come up with that, but.
I mean, Poundcake went above and beyond with his suggestions.
I like Bow Chicka Plow Plow. What about Plowers for Algernon?
What?
You never read Flowers for Algernon?
No.
You didn't. That's like a junior high book.
I probably
What were they teaching you in Oberlin?
I think we were supposed to read it, but I don't think I actually did
Oh, really?
read it.
Oh.
I mean, I was assigned a lot of books to read. I didn't read them.
But the point is, you
Yeah,
were
I've-
assigned that book.
I've heard of the book.
Yeah.
I know it's supposed to.
Yeah, I don't.
Poundcake didn't read it.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
What do you remember reading in like junior high?
I don't remember exactly.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember what books I read in 3 years of my life. I don't remember.
Huh? What about high school?
What books have you read since you graduated college?
I'm thinking. That doesn't mean a no.
It's going to be a celebrity autobiography or something.
It doesn't mean
it's
a
going to
no.
be the book version of Surviving R. Kelly, the transcript of the documentary.
The transcript.
Oh, the sorrow and the agony just jumps right off the page.
Who's worse, watching Surviving R. Kelly or having their kids dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer for Halloween? I don't want to hear it.
Did you send us that in the group chat?
I did.
Yeah, but whose kid was that?
Yeah.
No, it was on Facebook.
Oh.
I don't know if it was someone's kid or if it was like.
Well, it's a kid.
It's a kid, but I don't know if it's one of my
Well,
friends'
because
kids.
I had heard of that, and I don't know if it's actually going on. I don't know if anybody's sending their kid out, even your friend. I don't know if anybody's sending their kid out. But, you know, eBay was like, we're banning Dahmer costumes. And it's like, it's a white T-shirt and glasses. How are you going to ban that?
And a drill.
And a drill. Send your kid out. That's one of those things I think is like a fake meme. Like, I don't think anyone is sending their kid out as Jeffrey Dahmer. You know how, like, parents will get their undies in a twist because there's a new TikTok challenge that the kids are, but it's all one big troll to see if they can get it on the news or whatever.
Right.
Nobody's going to convince me that anybody sent their kid out as Jeffrey Dahmer. I know there's a lot of dopes out there who think really dumb stuff is funny.
Yeah,
but I don't get it, man. I mean, it's a T-shirt and glasses and, you know, trick or treat, I'm Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, who would send their kid out like that?
One of my college roommates went as Jerry Sandusky the year after the whole thing blew up.
And there's people that dress their kids up like Hitler, and they're like, "Oh, love funny."
Well, that's a whole other thing, though. Those are people that are really into Hitler. I mean,
right? But there's people that are just whatever the joke is that they're going for, they'll do it because they don't give a care.
But
like,
eBay is like, we banned any listing that promotes or glorifies violence. It's like, you can still buy Jason costumes. That's clearly not the case. You can buy all kinds of weird costumes on eBay. I saw it was weird that
not that kind of violence.
Because I didn't know that there were like full Jeffrey Dahmer costumes being sold. I thought people were just, you know, piecemealing them together. It doesn't take a lot. A little red food coloring on a white T-shirt. I got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Using crack and cocaine to get high, that's what you say you love. But it's really insane. You could die. What are you thinking of? 'Cause nobody's needing that crack and cocaine. There's terrible trouble behind it. And sooner or later you're burning your brain, making a mess of your mind.
This is a banger.
What is this?
It's the McGruff's Smart Kids album.
Just a snort or a smoke.
We had this when we were kids.
In your greed, that's all you care about. But your life is a joke, and you need someone to help you out. 'Cause nobody's needing that crack and cocaine.
This was the 80s, so crack was part of it too.
Yeah, but maybe you don't know what I'm going through, McGruff. You ever think about that? Maybe this life that you think is a joke is actually been really hard on me, and I need the crack and cocaine to get through it on a daily basis. You ever think about that, you stupid animated dog?
What are you hiding under that trench coat, McGruff?
Yeah.
Walking
you
around
look like a dog that commits crimes, not that prevents them.
Yeah. Take a bite out of crime. My ass.
Cocaine or crack addiction.
Yeah.
Have them call 1-800-COCAINE for advice.
1-800-COCAINE.
I wonder if that's still active.
Be smart.
Also,
just say no.
Yeah.
I wonder how effective this song was. I wonder how many people got help because someone heard this song and they're like, hey, I heard this song. And I didn't think you had a problem until I heard the song.
Right.
And now I think that you should call 1-800-COCAINE and figure out how to deal with your cocaine addiction.
Les, of course, we all know how successful Nancy Reagan's Just Say No campaign was. That's why the drug war has been over for 30 years. No problems with it at all.
Actually, Alan.
I'm sorry?
The drug.
I'm sorry?
The war on drugs was a big flop.
Oh, seriously? Oh.
Well, drugs won.
Well, thank God. Thank God it's all over. I don't know who put McGruff's Smart Kids album back in rotation, but yeah, we had to listen to this crap. I was probably a freshman in high school, so I was a glorified 8th grader, but we had to. Poundcake's too young for that. That probably didn't make the rounds with you.
No, I didn't get that.
But I just love it just opens up with crack and cocaine. Smoking crack and cocaine. And yeah, because McGruff, not to be confused with McGriff the crime dog from The Simpsons, but McGruff the crime dog was a big deal to like Gen X kids.
Marge, the dog is barking.
Mm-hmm. And, and so they would, and listen, the same thing with DARE, when the DARE program would come through. That thing was a big flop too, because you were basically showing kids what the drugs look like. It's an odd thing, trying to get kids to not pay attention to drugs. Because you kind of get the
they're not honest about it either.
Well, the thought process is let's get them while they're young, and then we'll kind of instill this notion in them that it's not something you want to do, which is, that's fine. I understand that. But you're also getting them before they really have any problems when they're that little, unless there's really bad stuff going on at home, which in a lot of cases there is. But when the DARE guy would come through our school, nobody took it seriously. You'd open up a big old lunchbox full of pills. This is this, and this is this. And we'd be sitting back there taking notes. Like, yeah, okay, so this is what we want to look for.
What are the effects again? Okay.
Yeah, this is what we want to look for. Officer, I'm really trying to zero in on my high. Is that light green one? Oh, they're going to knock me out?
Officer, I'm not clear on what is landing gear. Could you explain that again?
So this marketing guy came up with McGruff the crime dog, and he was the guy who did the voice through the National Ad Council.
The best.
And I think McGruff is still around. It was a pretty successful campaign.
The most successful campaign to combat drug use is Tyrone Biggums from the Chappelle Show. Like, there's never been a character that makes you go, yeah, I don't think I want to smoke crack quite like that character.
Talking to the kids.
Yeah.
Because he had white lips and Tyrone Biggums at school. But, but I hadn't heard that McGruff smart kids don't do drugs thing in a long time, and that's making the rounds. So, you kids today, you don't know how good you got it. Unless you're still being, I don't know if public schools are still subjecting kids to McGruff. Probably not, because it's pretty corny. I don't even know if DARE is a thing that goes through schools anymore.
I don't think it is.
Oh. That stuff costs money, and after a while, they were like, look, we're pissing in the wind here.
We had DARE, and I think we had MAD as well. Do you know what that is?
Mothers Against
Driving.
Yeah.
Driving. We had SAD.
Who's got the bit? There's no dads against drunk driving. There's the dads.
DADD, dad.
There's a comic that does that. I can't remember who it was though, but it's very funny.
We had students against drunk driving. We had a thing called the Convincer. I think I've talked about this before. People of a certain age will remember something called the Convincer. And part of it was to teach you to use your seatbelt, but it was also to teach you what could happen if you drove drunk. They figured, hey, we'll not kill two birds with one stone, but we'll potentially injure two birds with one stone. And the Convincer started off as a thing to get you to wear your seatbelt. They'd put you on an angle, on a track, and then they would let you roll down, and hit something at 5 miles an hour or whatever. But it would, jostle your body to the extent where you go, oh, I better strap myself in. And of course, there were far fewer highway fatalities after seatbelts became the law. But drunk driving, still as popular as ever. So not that many people were convinced to not get behind the wheel when they're heavily inebriated. People still love the drinking and the driving. You'd think that if these programs had been that successful, you'd see a huge uptick in drinking and walking. But even with the advent of the rideshare service, people still love drinking and driving.
I don't understand that. I don't understand rich people getting DUIs when they can just order like a limousine. Yeah,
but they can also pay for court too. Yeah. Everybody's flipping a coin when they get behind the wheel, right? Mary's told the story about how she wrecked 6 cars, never once got a DUI. Her coin came up heads every time, I guess. But I mean, that's what people are doing is they're flipping a coin. They're like, what's the likelihood I'm going to get picked up?
See,
if you look at the police blotter,
I feel really guilty.
You feel guilty? Why?
Like there was a time where I was ignorant. Like I hit a bong with a friend of mine, and I didn't realize how long a bong lasts. Like that high is like a 12-hour high. Maybe for me because I don't hit bongs that often.
Yeah, it's not a 12-hour high.
It was. I hit a bong.
How old were you?
Like 26.
Oh,
I was at
this
home.
Is just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, there was like 26, 25. Like I was at my house. We were in my garage, and this was at Gay Bay. And I hit the bong, and then I was like, all right, see you later, and went up and went to bed. And then I woke up the next morning. I was like, wow, I'm really tired. I didn't think anything of it. I was high. I was high for a couple hours, and I went to bed. I didn't think anything of it. And then I was driving to work the next day in the morning, and then it hit me. I'm like, oh, you're still high. So the first thing you need to do is just like calm yourself down. And I realized I'm on the freeway. I'm stoned out of my mind. The worst.
That was some good weed.
It was. I was like, the worst thing to do right now is to overreact.
Well, like what you need to do is you need to calm down. Good way to do that: hit the bong again.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like so jittery and shaky, and I'm like, don't freak out. I'm like, you got this.
I don't know if you should be allowed to drive anyway. Like you're so jittery and shaky on a regular basis.
There are some people that can operate high. Like they need weed to drive. They need weed to do everything. There was people in my school, in high school, that would toke up before they would go to class. They would wear their drug rug.
Yeah, but you have to get yourself to that level of normalcy. I mean, it takes a long time of not being able to properly operate high to get to that point. So it's not like somebody wakes up and they just go, oh, it's just great. Because if it didn't affect you at all, you wouldn't do it anymore.
I got to work trying not to draw too much attention to myself, but I'm like, oh my goodness, like I can't believe I just did that. I felt so guilty. I'm like, that was ignorant. Just driving, like, it was.
Was ignorant.
Were we on the air that day?
Oh no, this was years ago. I'm sure you probably were, but I was sober by that time. So I was high.
Smoke weed every day.
I was high before I went to bed, and then high during sleep, and then a couple hours after I woke up. But I was like, that is very
Shame.
uncomfortable.
Shame.
He wakes up and he's still high.
So I don't know if Mary's ever.
You're really getting some bang for your buck there.
Yeah, seriously.
I guess so. I mean,
Yeah.
a bong hit is a bong rip is a lot stronger, correct?
But you usually
but it's
don't
usually
wake up
not
high the
12
next
hours
morning.
strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if I hit it at like 9, 10 p.m., go to bed at like 11, and you wake up at
All right,
7.
But even 7 or 8 hours is a long time to be high.
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, wow, this no wonder people like bong rips. Like you get a lot of money, or you get more bang for your buck there. You don't have to buy as much weed. Because I was like, I haven't hit a bong since. I've been terrified ever since. I was like, nope, I got stuff to do. I got to go to work in the morning. I don't want to do. Nope, keep it away from me.
I think it's time for you to try harder drugs anyway.
No.
I think he should operate in his lane, whatever his chemical lane is.
I'm good with edibles. I'm good with a bowl. I'm good with a blunt. A nice little pin every now and again. I'm cool with that. Bongs is a bridge too far.
Yeah, but there's not that much of a difference between those.
Right.
There is.
It's not, there aren't
Even an
really.
edible, I feel like, is more.
Yeah. There are some people there are people who've been smoking a long time who don't F with edibles. I like edibles a lot.
Yeah, I have done
Snoop Dogg says he won't F with edibles anymore.
Well, I think, yeah, it just depends on how strong they are. But at least they tell you, like a bong rip, you don't know how much you're going to get. You don't know how high you're going to get.
I've never had a bong rip. First of all, I've never hit a bong and had it last for
12-hour high.
The situation that you're talking about.
Okay, but that was the first time I had hit
This
a
is
bong
him.
in a very, very long time.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember, maybe college, I'm sure I probably hit the bong. But
I think you need to do ayahuasca.
Do you want to crap and vomit at the same time?
No.
Oh, you need a shaman to walk you through it. Alan Dare is still in school. My girlfriend's a teacher. She just came home with a new Dare shirt yesterday.
Oh, speaking of teachers.
Lorain County teachers are telling me that Dare is still a thing. Other
Okay.
people are telling me that they have a Drunks Against Mad Mothers t-shirt. Get that damn shirt on and get out there and start changing some hearts and minds.
I saw a news article about a teacher in Medina that is under federal investigation.
What'd he do?
I was going to ask you, you went to Medina High, did you? They
went-
won't say. They're just like, the FBI is questioning this teacher.
Yeah. I don't know what he did, but I'm guessing it has
Probably
to
some
do
right-wing dope.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but he's I think
where
a
your
Kent
head
State
goes?
grad. He's a couple years younger than me, so he definitely wasn't a teacher when I was there.
Yeah, what is the FBI talking to a high school teacher about?
Something to have to do with kids?
Yeah, I think
What do you
kids.
The
mean?
FBI doesn't come to you for that.
Yes, they do.
Local law enforcement comes to you
If
for
it's-
that, and then they kick it upstairs. Unless you're running, he's the hub of a child porn ring?
We don't know.
If that's the case, maybe.
I think it's funny whenever you mention teachers and they're under investigation, my mind goes to is a pedophile or pederast.
Yeah,
whatever.
but they usually
Yeah, I
don't call the FBI in for that.
Why would they call the FBI if he was some alt-right nut? Like,
Because he's
might have been at
online.
the-
He's
he might
trying
have been
to.
at the Capitol.
Yeah,
okay, I
he
guess
might be a
didn't-
January 6th dummy.
Again, I didn't even think about that. I just think about
Yeah, these
teachers.
guys. He might have been one of the people wearing a mask and going and fighting at Pride in Idaho or something like that. There's all sorts of right-wing, far-right guys that are getting arrested for all sorts of stuff.
If he's a pederast or something, or he's messing around with a student, and it's gotten to the level of the FBI picking you up.
I thought that's what they did.
No, law enforcement. How many stories do you hear about a teacher and a student and the FBI is involved? That's federal. It's right there in the initials. It's usually Medina police will pick a guy up, right?
I guess I
because the
didn't know.
mom sends some texts. Hey, this teacher's messing around with my daughter or whatever.
Yeah, 'cause we hear
the
about
cops
these-
come in and take care of that.
We hear about those situations all the time. Lately, it's been more female teachers banging young male students.
Yeah,
And that's local law enforcement that takes care of this. FBI is different.
A teacher.
But it might be. But I think if it's child pornography, I think that gets kicked up to.
It does. That's what
Federal.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
He would
That's
have to
what I
be
would
in this.
think.
If that's what it is, it would have to be some really bad stuff. But you did go to Medina High, yeah?
Yes, I did.
But you don't know who this teacher.
No, I don't know because like I said, he's 37, so I'm older than him. So he didn't.
He wasn't teaching when you were there.
Teaching when I was there.
This guy's a genius.
Yeah.
He's younger than me, and he's teaching here.
And if he was teaching when I was there, there's still a good chance that he could have been my teacher, and I still
You
wouldn't
never
have known
would have
him.
known.
Yeah.
This is the
I
guy.
was gonna call him today too and be like, "Hey, today's the day I want to get my name taken off the graduation list, but they're busy.
Yeah,
they got other things going on." So,
Alan, maybe Poundcake did meth. Listen, I don't know. Everybody's got a different tolerance. Just because he woke up high after 12 hours doesn't mean that it wasn't pot. Maybe he was smoking wet. You know, we used to dip joints in embalming fluid. Maybe you got some of that.
Do you want to try smoking wet Poundcake? Be a good way to celebrate if you win.
Because people who smoke on the regular will tell you that pens and edibles are way heavier than bong rips. When you're smoking when you're smoking the flower, bro.
Sometimes things just hit you because I remember one
Right.
time getting high and it did stick with me for a while. But
It can.
and I didn't think I was just smoking it. So, I mean, it just depends. Sometimes it just sticks with you.
I haven't gotten high in a while, smoked or edible. And I bet if I had something, it would keep me floating for longer than I normally would. I get more bong for my buck.
There you go.
As it were. Hey, Brian, hello.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you, man?
Doing all right. Now, obviously, I don't know what happened with the teacher, but you guys were talking about the FBI being involved. I had a cousin that basically was doing some stuff on social media, like nothing crazy, just posting tutorials and stuff like that. And the some guy messaged her and said, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, send me these pictures, send me these videos, I'm basically just going to show up to your house and murder you and your family. And the FBI did show up to my aunt's house along with local law enforcement, but the FBI did show up.
Well, that was because he had been threatened, right?
She was. So, like I said, I just know that the FBI was involved with this particular case. So I don't know, obviously, what the teacher was, but I just know that they were particularly involved. So.
Yeah, my only point is that if it was a thing with a student, they probably wouldn't call the feds in. They'd call local law enforcement. I mean, but who knows? We're going to find out. I mean, the story was very vague, but it just broke today, and I don't even think they had the guy's name in there.
They did eventually because I looked it up. Because I actually saw it yesterday towards the end of the show, but they didn't have many details at all, and now they have his name.
I see.
It's
A QM production.
Quinn Martin production.
Kevin Hedrick was the teacher.
Okay.
Also starring Philip Abbott, Stephen Brooks, with guest stars Jack Klugman, Brett Summers.
Yep, Brett's. Hi.
Tonight's episode, Image in a Cracked Mirror.
Yes, the FBI. They don't do titles of shows anymore. Tonight's episode, Image in a Cracked Mirror. That would be fun.
Graduate of Kent State University, and they got a Master's of Education.
Hey.
At University of Akron.
Hey. Little Poundcake got a minor in English. Never read any books. Don't know how that happens.
You
don't remember any of them.
You said in middle school.
I said, what about high school?
I don't remember high school.
What about college?
I read a lot of them. I just don't remember the names of them. There was like Shakespeare.
Yes, I know
stuff.
you read books in college. I just can't believe you don't remember one of them.
No, I don't remember something.
That means that not one book you read in high school or college
stuck with you.
With you. Like in any way, to you, it was just a chore. You were like, I don't enjoy this. I'm doing this because I got it. I know a lot of people are that way.
It was.
But there isn't one book where you go, God, I love this book.
Yeah, what's your favorite
Like
book?
one of the classics. Canterbury Tales. Anything.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Anything.
No.
Nothing. Of Mice and Men. Grapes of Wrath.
I don't remember.
I love it.
I know it's not going to be Grapes of Wrath. That's way too many words for him. It's a lot of pages. Mice and Men, that one could be it, because that's like 90 pages, 112. It's not too thick.
Yeah, I don't.
What about?
He is.
Oh, did you read a Harry Potter book? Have you?
In college, you better not say yes.
No, I didn't.
No,
read Harry
but
Potter
I'm just
in
asking
college.
him like what his favorite book is.
Well, he doesn't read recreationally. That's why I asked like high school or college. Because even if somebody's not like an avid reader, I think most people are like, man, I love Catcher in the Rye.
Mm-hmm.
Love that book. They'll give you something. I figured he would be able to think of one book he liked.
I just don't remember the name of it. There
How
was
to
a
Eat
couple-
Fried Worms. Come on, man. Anything.
Fried
I thought it was
green tomatoes.
I thought it was fried bologna sandwich. I didn't remember. I didn't forget what it was. No,
My favorite
fudge.
book was Fried, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. What about that? Forever by Judy Blume. Anything?
No.
Deanie by Judy Blume. The Life and Times of Hal Linden.
The autobiography by Johnny Cash. By Johnny Cash.
Salman Rushdie. What was the song by?
The Satanic Verses.
What was the book by Salman Rushdie that he wrote?
The Satanic Verses. That was his most popular book.
That's not the one I read though.
Ah.
I read.
Did you ever read 1984?
No.
Little Women.
What about 1985? 1986.
Great Gatsby.
Animal Farm. Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Everybody read Great Gatsby.
Lord of the Flies.
Yes.
Huck
that was a
Finn.
great-
Moby Dick. Brave New World. None of these?
It was Haroon. Well, it was Haro and damn it, I forget the name of it.
Narcissus and Goldmund. Anything. Call the Wild.
The Hunger Games. Anything, man.
Catch 22.
It was Haroon and the Sea of the Stories.
Haroon and the Sea of the Stories. All right, so he read some Salman Rushdie.
I forget. I don't even remember if that's
Scarlet
it.
Letter.
No.
Tale of Two Cities.
No.
Things Fall Apart.
Mm-mm.
Bell Jar.
No.
Tom Sawyer.
Uh-uh.
Hamlet. You said you read Shakespeare.
We did read Hamlet, yeah.
Got it.
We did read Hamlet.
You read Hamlet. Story about a baby pig. I got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. I'll have another $1,000 for you. You can go fund yourself. Another keyword coming at 3:30. After the break, comedian Steve Trevino is going to play the Agora in January, and I get you a couple of tickets.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
A lot going on here. All right.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
That's a source of entertainment for you.
Your FM home of the Guardians.
Oh, what a moment.
100.7
WMMS.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
featuring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Fallout Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick?
Muse.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach Weather.
And Rosalind.
Capital One cardholder presale tickets are gone. Cardholders have first access to tickets. But don't worry, because cardholders can see more exclusive offers at CapitalOne.com/entertainment.
And get ready, because tickets to the general public go on sale Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
At iHeartRadio.com/alter ego.
You can experience Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Fallout Boy, Jack White, Muse, Phoenix,
Churches,
Beach Weather, and Rosalind. Alter Ego 2023. Presented by Capital One.
And we'll see you
Saturday, June 14th, Kia Forum, LA.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
A mix of clouds and sunshine for your Tuesday with highs again in the 70s. Rain moves in late tonight with overnight lows in the 50s. For your Wednesday, occasional rain, highs in the 60s.
This report is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors.
Need a reprieve from sky-high energy bills? Get Pella and pay no interest for 5 years. Or take $125 off windows, $400 off patio doors. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
Falls Motor City, the deal is for real. It's
It's Ram Power Days now at Falls. Purchase the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 with financing as low as 0%. This deal won't last forever, so get to fallsmotorcity.com now and get photos and up-to-date sale pricing on all new Rams in stock. With approved credit, in-stock units only. 0% financing is standalone offer and cannot be combined with other rebates and incentives, plus tax, title, and plates. Sale ends 10/31.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. I can tell you day after day, as I have for over a decade, how amazing your home will look and feel with brand new Window Nation windows. But it's still, I love it if I'm walking around my neighborhood, walking my dog, or just taking an evening constitutional, and one of the neighbors up the street has got the Window Nation sign in the yard. Maybe they heard me. What do I know? Maybe they heard somebody else. Maybe they heard from a friend of a friend. Doesn't matter, but the home looks great. Brand new windows in your home. Maybe the ones you've got are drafty or they kind of stick, whatever. Maybe single pane windows. Those are very inefficient, right? You can be spending thousands year-round on energy bills because you have leaky windows. You can get brand new ones from Window Nation, expertly installed, 2 free ones, in fact, for every 2 you buy, and you'll make no payments until 2025. 0% financing can save you a lot. Expertly installed. They're made here in Northeast Ohio, and they look great. You can go to windownation.com, look around there, or call them 866-90-NATION. Make sure you drop my name. 2 free windows installed for every 2 you buy. No limit, and nothing until 2025. No payments at all. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Your child's health, growth, happiness, and future are what matter most. At University Hospitals Rainbow Babies and Children's, we understand that. With nationally ranked care and in communities across Northeast Ohio, we're here with everything from a friendly ear for simple questions to world-class pediatrics should things get serious. For all families in Northeast Ohio, we're here for you.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Roll super mega for your backside. Shake it, put it, do the Charmin slide. Super mega make you feel alright. Everybody do the Charmin slide. Long-lasting TP gets everybody going. Leaves booties clean and totally glowing. Shake your booty, do the Charmin slide. Change your roll less, go with pride.
Charmin Super Mega Roll is longer lasting, so you can change the roll less often. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Hey, it's Alan for the Foundry Social and High Voltage Karting. Big old complex out there in Medina. They're right next door to each other. You can get behind the wheel at High Voltage Karting, blow off some steam. High-speed, all-electric go-karts. It's a ton of fun right next door at the Foundry Social. If you're putting a party together or just a casual hang, they have every kind of game in every direction. Food's great. Mad Brewing is right there. They do different things every day of the week. Trivia night tonight on Tuesday, 50% off game tokens, 20% off any race or race package at High Voltage Karting. Get online, find out what they're doing when. Make a party for yourself. TheFoundrySocial.com or HighVoltageKarting with a K.com.
The new era of Thursday Night Football is only on Prime Video. This Thursday, it's a matchup between MVP quarterbacks when Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens travel to Tampa Bay to take on Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Pre-game coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with TNF Tonight, delivered by Little Caesars. Not an Amazon Prime member? Sign up for a 30-day free trial to stream the game. It's the Ravens and the Buccaneers, only on Prime Video. See Amazon.com/WatchTNF for details.
Domino's Mix and Match menu has items for every occasion. Flaked on your friend's open mic night? Flaky bread twists and molten lava cakes should do the trick. Soccer team duty? Medium 2-topping pizzas and stuffed cheesy bread are your best defense. Is it your dog's half birthday? Celebrate his biggish day with savory sandwiches and tender specialty chicken. Mix and match 2 or more items for $6.99 each at Domino's. Ask for this offer. 2-item minimum. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, bread bowl pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and can charge extra for some menu items.
If finding low prices on family favorites, fresh produce, pharmacy, pet supplies, home, and sporting goods is tripping you up, shop Meijer, where one trip saves you lots of trips. Plus, save just for making the trip. Meijer credit card holders get 10 cents off every gallon at Meijer gas stations. Or use home delivery and get the same low Meijer prices no matter how you shop, in-store or online. Get more for your money at Meijer, where all you need is just a trip away. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply. See details at Meijer.com/creditcard.
Circle K is giving away $50,000 to one lucky winner. So the question is, do you feel lucky? Get into a Circle K and enter the Pay Your Holiday Sweepstakes for a chance to win $50,000. Other prizes include $10,000, free gas for a year, and daily prizes of $100. It's easy to get in. Just stop by a Circle K store today and enter Circle K Pay Your Holiday Sweepstakes at participating Circle K stores only. See stores for details.
Choosing between the Roman Burger and Hot Buttered Cheesesteak has never been so easy. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app and get 2 sandwiches for the price of 1 with their incredible BOGO offer. After all, you deserve it.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave. It don't matter where you've been. More Bears back again. What up? What up? Back for more. Back for more. What up? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Pre-order now. Rated mature.
At Progressive, you can get 24/7 protection, even if you break the space-time continuum.
Wait, every time you wake up is the same day? That's terrible.
Yeah, don't worry. I call Progressive. Their 24/7 protection still works even if my day does last forever.
Yeah, but don't you want it to end?
Are you kidding? I win the lottery whenever I want and never regret anything. It's the best.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Progressive offers more than a great price when you bundle home and auto. We offer round-the-clock protection, which literally means anytime. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, it's Mary. Have you ever heard of a guajillo pepper? I hadn't either until I tried Chipotle's brand new garlic guajillo steak. This tender, freshly grilled steak starts with the well-known craveable flavor of garlic and is enhanced with the smoky flavor and slight kick of the guajillo pepper. It's finished with fresh lime and cilantro and is my new favorite addition to my go-to bowl. I know, change can be scary, but I promise this new garlic guajillo steak is so worth it. Try it today at any Chipotle restaurant or online through the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, I hear now's a good time to buy, and you've got a great selection.
We have a good selection of new Ford in stock with more arriving daily. And this month is a great time to get into a new Ford. Choose from a selection of new 2022 EcoSports, $3,000 off MSRP.
Wow, a $3,000 discount on a new Ford EcoSport?
Simple and straightforward. Check out other lines as well. The Claiborne team is driven by your best interest.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores. Visit Claiborne.com.
Dunkin' is already ready for you to fall hard because fall starts whenever you say it starts, which means it's time for you to get to your fall refresh. Grab a new Blood Orange Dunkin' Refresher. Blood Orange and cranberry flavors mixed with fall spices. America runs on Dunkin'. Price of participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Ram Power Days is going on now with our most powerful lineup of trucks ever. Don't just feel the power, own it. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $409 a month for 36 months with $4,331 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution at least through Ally Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 10/31/22.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? Bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires. Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
UFOs, psychic powers, chemtrails. To learn about mysterious events, you listen to the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast. And here's where it gets crazy. Now you can read all about your favorite conspiracy theories in the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book from the creators of the podcast. Dive into a smart, witty explanation of the unexplainable, packed with amazing illustrations. Available now. Order today at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, comedian Steve Trevino is on tour, and he gets to Cleveland on Friday, January the 13th for a show at the Agora. Tickets, info, all that for that and any show coming through there. Go to agoracleveland.com. 2 tickets here for you to see Steve Trevino after the first of the year. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Here's a comic book movie for you. It's about 4 people whose superpowers are convincing you that they know what they're doing.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
I'll have another $1,000 in just a couple of minutes for you. 3:30. Listen for that keyword to go fund yourself. 30 past every hour here on the show. And then into tonight with the Corey Roddick Experience. Cavaliers are not playing until tomorrow night. They're still here at home, though. They'll play the Orlando Magic before they hit the road. It'll be a 7 o'clock tip-off here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Terry the Goat did not have a great week. She went 5-6. Because I was waiting for Monday Night Football, she picked the Patriots over the Bears. That very much did not happen. It was 33-14 Bears. Great game. I'm happy how the Bears are looking. So for Week 7, Terry the Goat goes 5-6. And we'll get her Week 8 picks on Thursday. Jaquan Brisker. This kid, he's a stud. He's a rookie out of Penn State playing for the Bears. He takes a Mac Jones cleat straight to the nuts, and he answers with a one-handed interception.
Wait, Mac Jones played?
Huh? Yeah, didn't he? They blew through both of those dudes.
I didn't watch the game.
Yeah. Mac Jones, and then that's why everybody was giving Belichick a hard time because he was swapping out QBs. So Jaquan Brisker comes in, and he kind of like Mac Jones is sliding or something. His foot comes up as Brisker is jumping, trying to leap over, and he just makes contact right in the balls.
Oof.
But then he gets the one-handed interception later on.
Sweet revenge.
I watched some of the Manning cast. That was fun. I don't often watch that. Yeah, and I love Obama, but he's in there talking about, he's there because he's on this push to get people to vote, which is fine, and that's great. But on the Manning cast, that's not where people are going to, huh?
A lot of eyeballs there.
I know, but those eyeballs are going to be rolling once he starts going into his shtick.
Yes, what they think they got to do. I don't know.
I guess so. They got to cover everybody.
That's just how white folks will do you.
That's right, Mr. President. Yeah, it was Obama's Vince Vaughn. It was Bill Burr. And obviously Bill Burr, anytime he shows up, people love that guy. Because he knows sports. He's funny. He's quick. He's talking about, here's a little clip of it.
You beat Belichick and Brady twice, and they would still come after you in the dumb New York Post. What is that like, by the way, to be an elite athlete and have people that out of shape questioning your abilities? That's got to be difficult week after week.
Yeah, you wonder if...
Do you think you could have done something else as he's eating a powdered donut?
People who are out of shape questioning your sports choices. Anyway, 5-6 for Terry the Goat. She is, of course, out there at Marcinek Farms in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief out there. So he usually sends me a video of her making her picks on Wednesday, and then Thursday we'll go through the Week 8 picks. And then Monday, Halloween night. Oh. Browns playing somebody.
Bengals.
Browns, Bengals.
Are you dressing up?
No, I'm hosting a Cox Out pregame at the Ivy, baby. I'm not dressing up for that.
Not for Halloween?
I'm dressed up as AC. No,
Are
I'm
you
a
dressing
grown
up for Halloween?
I'm a grown man.
Well, we're going to dress up to go to the Mushroom Head concert.
Dressing up for Halloween. Yeah, but that's any time. It doesn't have to be on Halloween. Mushroom Head is like a dress-up occasion. Isn't it?
Well, it's the Halloween show. That's why we're wearing costumes.
No, I understand.
What costume are you wearing?
I haven't bought it yet.
It's going to be a sexy
It's in
something,
4
though,
days.
isn't it?
Well, my
It's going to be a
boyfriend...
schoolgirl skirt.
I won't even say my boyfriend and I. I was trying to convince Brian to do a couple's costume. And so we were trying to come up with one. And we were like, we should do Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox because he's blonde and all tatted up.
Who would be who?
He would be, the blonde tatted up one,
Megan
Megan
Fox?
Fox.
Oh.
Yeah. And I would be the white rapper. So we were kind of tossing around ideas, but now it's already Tuesday and the show's on Saturday. So we're probably just going to go to like Spirit Halloween or something and get one of those stupid costumes.
Even that's going to be all picked over, too.
It doesn't really matter if it's a bad costume, though. That's the thing.
But that's also fun.
Right.
Is when you go through when it is
It's like
really picked
whatever's
over.
left,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, I'll be Jay Leno. And you be
Elder Millennial or whatever.
I say
Right.
what's really creative is you make a costume out of the materials you have at home.
My older sister does that pretty much every year. She always does like
you just look around and go, what am I going to be?
homemade. Well, no, she does like homemade costumes where she'll
Oh.
put something
She has
together.
an idea and then makes the costume.
Right.
But that's probably what I'm going to do. I don't have any money this year for a costume. I always get invited to like these Halloween parties and I want to go, but I don't want to be like the party pooper that doesn't show up in a costume. So I'm going to look to see what clothes need washed, because I was going to wash them anyways, and see what I can put together.
Wait a second. What? You're going to see what clothes need to get washed?
Pushing him to do laundry.
Right.
No, but there's like there's some clothes that I haven't touched in like I don't know how long that are like folded away and they probably need to be washed. And
oh, I see. They're kind of musty from being in the drawer.
Yeah, like there's just clothes I don't wear seasonally, and I'm like, let's see what I can make a costume out of this. And there's just clothes that I probably can't fit anymore. So I'm just, I'll have to look and see. I don't know what costume I can just muster up out of some musty old clothes in my closet.
Just wear a flannel.
Well, it sounds like you got it all figured out.
See, that's the thing as a girl. I was going to say, wear a flannel and like a hat, and you're a scarecrow. Put those little, the little dots on your face, and I could put 2 braids, and that's a very popular, like, easy women's
You don't
costume.
want to be the hocus pocus lady again?
I don't have that costume anymore.
Oh.
And I was like a cadet last year, and that was like a picked over costume. Like that was the only.
I was gonna say you have to be able to walk in and there's gonna be some like uniform or something you put on, right? You can just be a cop or something.
I don't have
Just
any
get a
money.
set of ears. And wear a Speedo. Be a sexy cat. Or
I remember one year I went
sexy cat.
I went as a straight guy, and I had like a backwards hat. Or no, I guess it was a jock, just because I didn't.
I was gonna say,
and I had like
there are a lot of gay guys wearing backwards ball caps.
Yeah.
You should put on like a garbage bag and then put a red circle with like an X through it, and you can go as Kanye.
Oh, because he's canceled?
Yeah.
I was like a
canceled,
climate activist, no trash.
No, but
Well,
Kanye
his clothes all look like trash bags.
Yes.
And yeah.
Just hang a sign that says Jews will not replace us and go as Kanye. Nobody will have a problem with that.
A friend of mine posted a picture on Instagram in LA that people were hanging banners over overpasses.
Yeah,
that's a huge story.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you already
Kanye was right about the Jews.
Yes!
Honk if you know.
Yeah, I was like,
And I
dude.
guarantee you there are a lot of honks there in L.A. on the highway.
Crazy.
People think it's all the liberal elites. No. There's plenty of honks probably on that.
I got too into Kanye.
See,
We got Perez Bilton a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
I say I can't do that because I love Jewish boys entirely too much to ever be an anti-Semite.
Well, sure, they're all
anti-Semite.
He's not anti-Semite. He's a pro-Semite.
Yes, because they're all circumcised. That's what he likes.
Yeah,
anti-Semite. Let me, dummy. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Next time Kanye's going off on himself, I'm telling you, just close your eyes, forget it's him, and really listen to what is coming out of this guy's mouth. Like I'm a genius. I'm a god. I'm Shakespeare. My biggest regret is I'll never get to see myself perform live. That's a direct quote. My biggest regret is I'll never get to see myself perform live. Dude, you put that ego in a white dude that is, ich bin einen in the Streisen. What's the Blitzkrieg? What's a superior race?
Oh, Kanye. This guy. He's getting dropped by everybody. Everybody was giving Adidas a hard time because Adidas didn't want to eat all that money. So they were like, well, people have short attention spans. Maybe this will blow over in 24 hours. Of course, it's not blowing over in 24 hours. So his CAA dropped him. They were his talent agency. I assume he's on his own record label, so he's not going to get dropped.
I didn't even know. I mean, I figure if you're at that point where you're making billions, why don't you have your own representation? Why do you need an agency to represent you? Why don't you have your own people represent you?
It's one less thing you have to do, though. It's always better to have representation.
I would just say you be your own manager, or you have.
Well, he
someone to
said
manage
that, because he's really got a good head on his shoulders.
Well, he ain't listening to him anyway, so what difference does it make?
He said Adidas couldn't cut him loose even if they wanted to because the Yeezy brand made up 10% of their profits. So he doesn't understand math very well. Now, granted, that's a lot of money, but 10% is not anyone's controlling interest. You're not going to rake anybody over the coals for 10%. They're going to have to eat about $250 million to get out of this Kanye deal. So it's no small sum of money.
Is he no longer a billionaire?
Nope.
He is not. No,
he's
he's only worth $800 million.
Peasant.
And he said he had $120 million liquid.
But he's always saying he's worth way more than he's worth anyway.
That's what all those guys do. They're like, I'm worth $9 billion. Because who checks? Who knows? It's just numbers floating in the air. They grab one and make it up. There is a Hollywood production company called MRC. You might have seen some of their productions before. They were planning a Kanye West documentary, and they have put out a long statement that they're not going to do that anymore. One of their lines was, Kanye is a producer and sampler of music, and last week he sampled and remixed a classic tune that is charted for over 3,000 years. The lie that Jews are evil and conspire to control the world for their own gain. It's hard. Blaming the Jews is just the lamest bitch move of all time.
It's just so like he said, it's been done.
We've never even had a Jewish president.
Right.
Wouldn't that have been priority one if there was a global cabal of Semites is installing the leader of the free-ish world? That would have been number one to install a Jewish president if they were running ever. And Kanye, when the Nazis are on your side, you screwed up, son. Because guess what? They're still calling you the N-word when you're not around. You're just one of the good ones now. And anybody who kind of goes down this path, all you have left, you have to throw in with all the scumbags. Because they're the only ones on your side. And it's a group that you would have never wanted to have been among before, but they're the only ones left.
Right, I just got to do a collab with Kid Rock.
Or what? Yeah, whatever. Charlemagne Tha God was talking to somebody, and he said, Kanye, he goes, the real problem is Pete Davidson's huge dong. He goes, that's what it boiled down to, because he's
everybody in trouble.
He's like, Kanye was calling him on the phone, screaming at him that he wasn't coming to his assistance by making fun of Pete Davidson. And Charlemagne's like, Pete Davidson's a friend of mine. I'm not going to get out there and say the guy's a jackass because he's putting it to your wife.
Right.
Ex-wife, too.
But whatever, yeah I mean.
He said, I think the quote was, my ex-wife is getting...
She's effing a white boy with a 10-inch penis.
Yeah, 10-inch D. You not going to help me, bruh? You not about to help me?
you ain't culture?
I just imagine Kanye saying that. I could totally see him saying that.
Of course.
A white banging a white boy with a 10-inch dong, and he ain't about to help me? He ain't about to say nothing?
And what do you say?
What can you say?
Pete Davidson, because guess what? That might have been the first knowledge anyone had that Pete Davidson had a 10-inch penis. I know the big D energy thing came from him, but that doesn't necessarily mean physical. That's why it's called big D energy. If you have a legit big D, it's not energy. You have a big D. Big D energy is, this kid's got some swagger.
No, big D energy is explaining the confidence that men with large penises have.
Yeah, you don't have to say you have a big D because
no,
everyone knows
they're
you
saying
have a big D.
that's what it is describing, is that air about certain men who are cool and laid back, and like they are so confident that they don't have to try that hard.
Right, but
They
there are
have
also
big
guys
D
who
energy.
do not have big Ds who act that way.
I don't know about
That's
that.
where I think oh yes.
Little D, big D energy.
You know,
well, I'm not talking about microphallus, but most guys are not walking around with a
10
schlong
inches,
that's just under a foot. And there certainly seem to be a lot of guys with no shortage of swagger walking around.
Yeah.
But anyway, so God bless Pete Davidson.
Good for him. Who's he with now? Nobody? He's doing his own thing?
He just got out of rehab.
I think he's doing his own thing.
Did he go to rehab again?
He was in rehab. I told you he was going for like emotional distress, and that's why Kanye was like on him about it. He was like something. Yeah, you was messing with my wife, and you used her as a pawn, or blah blah blah, and he was in there.
He's doing like weird commercials now. Like, what's he doing? Like
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. Yeah,
Taco Bell. Yeah.
He was in that Bodies movie.
Wrap things, breakfast things. He's like, he makes, I think.
Oh, WRAP, not RAP.
No, he says like, that's like the joke, is that he does this whole thing for like a Crunch Wrap, and then he goes up there and he's like, yeah, let me get one of those like wrappy things or whatever. What is it? What item is it?
I don't know.
I think it's a breakfast Crunch Wrap.
The one I saw was that he was apologizing on their behalf for going overboard with all the breakfast stuff. And he's like, we're paring it down to what you want, which is the breakfast crunch wrap.
Maybe it's the same.
Well, I don't know what it is. So anyway, Kanye is not having a good time.
Yeah, he's off the rail.
He's not having a good time.
I mean, it's surprising that he was able to stick around as long as he was, considering you would have thought that after he did the whole thing with Taylor Swift, people would have been like, all right, I'm done with this dude. But he got to stick around for a very long time and say a lot of really terrible things.
People love a car wreck.
He's been
He didn't just survive; he thrived. He became.
I know,
a
and it's
billionaire
kind of
after that
gross.
moment.
It's gross.
Yeah, but
I never thought it was. I never understood it. I never understood why people enjoyed him so much.
Listen, nobody's going to complain at having that much money, but there also has to be a thing inside of you that knows I didn't make this money for doing what I do, which is music. I made this money selling goddamn shirts and dumb sneakers.
Now hold on, though.
And it's like Rihanna, I'm $1 billion. Yeah, because you sold makeup. You didn't make $1 billion on your records.
$1 billion is $1 billion. What do you mean?
I'm saying nobody's complaining about having that much money, but if you're an artist, in the back of your mind, there's got to be a thing that goes, man, it would have been great just on my music alone.
Because you'll be 80
Paul
before
McCartney
that
is a
happens.
billionaire on his music alone.
He's also 80.
So what? He doesn't have a clothing line or a cologne.
As a creative person who also sells pictures of their feet, I will say Alan is correct, because I will sell a very expensive picture or video of my feet, and I'll be like, oh, that's so awesome. Like when I see the money hit my bank account, and then I'll do a gig for $100 and no hotel, and I'm like, damn it. Like, these should be flipped.
Right.
You know?
You want to be, compensated for what your thing is.
Yes. It's nice to have the money, but I do wish that the same
Also,
payment was coming in.
That's right.
These artists are a victim of circumstance too. Back when Paul McCartney was making music, people bought albums. He got his fair share of what the industry gave at that
I understand.
time.
I'm just saying
Artists
no
don't do that now.
one needs $1 billion. No one needs that. Kanye, on his music alone, would have been totally fine, would have been very, very wealthy if he'd kept that train rolling and worked at being an artist instead of everything else but that.
Also, Taylor Swift's going to be a billionaire just off of her music.
Just off her music. I got to take a break. You want to text 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. You can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7
manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Thank you to Henry Storp.
Henry?
Henry Storp.
That's Whitney's brother, Henry. He works in digital photography.
Digital photography.
Yeah, he's a really good brother, too.
Well, that's a burgeoning business.
Yeah, me and Henry, we're breaking into the business together.
Are you friends with the whole Storp family?
Yeah, Storps, they're very nice. That's my brother. I'm Bird Storp.
That's your brother?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever learned your last name.
Storp.
Fascinating. Storp.
Yeah.
Brittany Storp.
It's like the bird that brings babies.
Well, that's a stork.
Yeah, the stork.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm learning something new about the people surrounding us every single day.
Yeah,
anyway.
Henry's my little brother.
Thank you, Henry, for helping out there. Cavaliers will play here at home tomorrow night. That's a 7 o'clock tip at the Romo Fijo against the Orlando Magic. And then Friday night, they'll be in Boston to play the Celtics. Back here on Sunday. Kind of 2 out of town, 2 in town, that kind of thing. So Cavs Magic tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on MMS and the iHeartRadio app. For anybody still asking, and occasionally people will, you can use the promo code SPOOKY all through the month of October. 31 days total. So you still got how long? Well, you got 6 days to use the promo code SPOOKY, and then I will have a new one for you a week from today, come November.
Turkey.
November already.
Cornucopia.
Very exciting. Yeah, possibly. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do it. I sent out a batch of Alan Cox Show stickers this morning. One of them to a bureau chief who lives in Adelaide, Australia. I genuinely...
Hey, wait a minute.
These must be people watching on YouTube, or I heard from Aaron, who lives outside Adelaide.
Yeah, we got some people that watch on YouTube. We got some people that... New Zealanders that want, like we
Japan,
a few.
England.
Adelaide, Australia is where that lady, I think Catherine Knight, did you hear about this woman? It was from like the late 80s, early 90s. I think that's where she was from.
The dingo ate her baby?
No, she skinned her husband and hung his skin up as like a door and then like cooked his body and tried to serve it to his kids.
You really hate your husband when you're doing that.
Oh, I've heard about that story, yeah.
Catherine Knight. It was like late 80s, early 90s. Like, it was not that long ago. I thought she was from Adelaide, Australia.
The first woman in the country's history to be sentenced to life imprisonment.
Yeah. So,
killed him, boiled him.
Mm-hmm. She was a butcher. She worked at she was a butcher her whole life. Like, that's the only thing she ever knew how to do. So
an abattoir is what this says. That's like a slaughterhouse, right?
Yeah. So she knew she had all these like crazy knives for butchering cows and stuff. So she like butchered his body and boiled his butt and tried to serve it to his kids. She
boiled
set
his
out,
butt.
She put his head in the oven.
This is 2000. This wasn't like the 70s. Yeah.
That was not that long ago. She like cooked his head in a casserole dish with vegetables and stuff, and put out placemats with.
Did you watch a documentary on this or a Dateline NBC?
I listened to a podcast about it.
Oh.
It's a crazy story if you look it up.
The abattoir of Adelaide.
Yeah, but
John Price's home, when the police walked in, on the kitchen stove was a human head sitting in a pot with vegetables.
Yeah.
Plated on the kitchen table were what appeared to be steaks with vegetables. Steaks were human
butt meat.
Steaks. Butt meat. Yeah!
And she took his skin.
Best meat's in the rump.
She cut him like all the way around the outside, so it was like a pelt.
His body was skinned by someone with expertise, is what it says. His skin was on display, dangling from a meat hook.
Mm-hmm.
He had been stabbed 37 times.
Speaking of which, Poundcake ever read Slaughterhouse Number 5?
I didn't.
Slaughterhouse 5. Do you know? Oh, you never read that?
No.
What about Fahrenheit 451?
No.
What about
Eddie Kurt Vonnegut?
Never.
But he has read Salman Rushdie, and that is something.
That's something.
That's no small task.
You still can't answer what his favorite book is.
Oh. Well, do you read? Do you know how to read?
He's not illiterate.
I know how to read. I just don't know how to speak.
Well, that's why I don't
You don't
know.
have to speak when you're reading a book.
That's the whole point.
Well, I read out loud.
You read out loud. Well, then I would think, they say that when people read out loud, that really imprints the information on them. So I would think you'd really remember the book if you were reading them out loud, which I guarantee you're not doing. Reading them out loud.
I sound...
Chapter 1.
When we were...
You never read Dead-Eye Dick?
No, he's experienced that.
Yeah!
When we were learning how to read in elementary school, I remember there were silent reading times for a half hour or whatever. And we called them macaroni phones. And they were just a PVC pipe that was shaped like a C that some kids couldn't read unless they read out loud. So when it was silent reading time, they would give these kids the macaroni phones so that they could speak into the one end of the PVC pipe and it would go only into their ear.
Yeah, they would only hear it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, because when you're young, it helps. Like some kids, it helps them to learn to read quicker if they can read out loud. But if it's silent reading time, they have these
I know a few people that they have no inner monologue.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder what they do when they're reading.
Maybe they don't.
What do you mean they don't have an inner monologue?
Does a comedian talk about this? I've heard about this too.
I
Or
don't
is it in a
believe
show or
them.
something?
I don't believe
I've talked about it before because my ex-wife and one of my ex-girlfriends have no inner monologue.
That means that there's nothing going on in their brain.
Well, there's things
There's
going
no
on, but
voice.
it's no voice.
There's no narration or something.
Like when I
I
think
can't
thoughts,
even grasp
I
that.
know. When I think thoughts, it's in my voice.
I hear it in
with
my
my words.
Or when you
And they
think
don't-
of someone else,
yes.
you hear them saying
Right.
it. Like if I were thinking of having a conversation with you, I would hear my voice and your voice.
It's rare that you'll hear about anybody with this. And yet our own Bill Squire dated 2 people that had no inner monologue.
Could it be type.
could it be that they wanted no outer dialogue with you?
I mean, it's my words that people fall in love with, apparently.
Not
so.
according to
Not his
Mary.
face.
Yeah, not
It
on
ain't
my
your
face.
face. It's the words. It's his outer dialogue and monologues.
So
You never read In Cold Blood? I'm gonna find a book you read. God damn it! You never
think
read
he's
In
messing
Cold
with you at
Blood?
this
No,
point.
he is not. He
You
can't
had-
remember.
We got
He can't
Hamlet.
remember one book he read.
Scarlet Letter.
Nope. Already threw that one
We
out.
had to read that one.
He had to read a lot of books.
What about
He
Shakespeare?
doesn't remember.
Does Shakespeare count?
I did read Shakespeare.
You say I read Shakespeare. What was your favorite one?
Okay. Much Ado About Nothing. Much Ado About Nothing.
It's
Okay.
a Tyler Perry movie.
No, Much Ado About Nothing. Hamlet, I didn't really like. There was a couple Shakespeare.
Midsummer Night's Dream. Was
As
a
you
good
like
one.
didn't-
it?
Taming of the Shrew.
I don't. Again, my college years meshed together. I just know that I took that class my senior year, and I don't remember if it was the early plays or the late plays because we didn't do Romeo and Juliet. So that must have been, the early plays. So Much Ado About Nothing, I liked. Hamlet, I didn't really understand. I didn't like it.
Merchant of Venice.
I don't remember that.
Mm.
But there,
And again, the only reason that I harp on this is because you were an English minor.
correct.
Well, they could have just been writing, though, right? It didn't have to be reading.
There's
No,
a lot
no,
of
we
reading.
had- I guess
you would be a
lot
writing
of
minor.
reading in college.
We had to do quizzes and stuff, but like I knew when I walked into that Shakespeare class, I was going to have a quiz every day. She made it known that I give quizzes every day.
But
to
Shakespeare
make
can
sure
be
you
very
read.
dense. So all I'm saying is I'm surprised that that's what you would remember.
Did you get the books that I had? They were Shakespeare for Dummies, and on the left side of the page was the Shakespearean text, and on the right side was the now
That's what I mean.
American text.
Sometimes
No.
it's pretty dense.
That's how I
sometimes.
read every single Shakespeare book we had to read.
What Poundcake, was this a Shakespeare class?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so it was all
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
It was Shakespeare, the early plays. I remember
The early years.
It was like the early plays because they split them in two. Because the next class you would do like the Romeo and Juliet. Because I was like,
Right.
oh, okay, I know Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. We didn't even talk about that play. I guess that was a later play. So that was one of his later plays. We did Much Ado About Nothing. We had Hamlet. We had because I looked them all up. The 12th Night, I think. And there's just a bunch
Okay,
of
so
them.
he remembers. Okay. Okay.
So he
He
remembers
remembers
Shakespeare.
some. Yeah.
Not necessarily a novel, though.
Two Gentlemen of Verona.
And
But
I
he's
said,
still also
Haroon
just-
in the Sea of Stories. I remember
Odyssey.
that.
Did you read that one?
I don't remember. I
The
don't
Iliad
remember.
or whatever?
But also, he just doesn't have a favorite book.
I
Not
don't.
that many people read those.
I don't really.
No,
have
but
a
I
favorite
but
book.
I didn't read until COVID. I didn't start reading for pleasure until COVID.
No, but you read in school, and I just contend that even if you weren't into reading, everybody has a book that for whatever reason they loved.
No.
No.
Really?
Well, one that
Not
I loved.
one book.
I enjoyed reading it for like school, but I never went back and read it
What book was
again or
that?
anything like that. I really enjoyed Animal Farm.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what we're saying,
We
yeah.
threw that at him. That's fine. I'm not even saying
And
reading it a bunch of times. I mean,
to Kill a Mockingbird.
Kill a Mockingbird.
I like
Yeah, that's
that
what
one,
I
too.
usually say.
Yeah.
What's your favorite book?
just
To Kill a
a
Mockingbird.
book
that?
that stuck with you.
You had to have. I feel like it was required literature for a long time.
What year did you read it?
Was it like 7th grade?
No, I feel like we read it in high school.
Maybe 9th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was never in advanced
I think I read
English
it twice.
classes.
There was a play. Damn it, the something salesman. The
Death of a Salesman.
Death of a Salesman. Okay, I can dig that one. I read that one.
Henry Miller, is that who wrote Death of a Salesman?
I think.
He wrote Tropic of Cancer. Who wrote Death of a Salesman?
You want to start reading Figure It Outs with me?
No.
They're really good.
You just read the last couple of pages.
Arthur
like, I
Miller.
know who did it.
Arthur Miller's the one who married Marilyn Monroe, right? Or was that Henry Miller?
I haven't
One of the
watched
Millers,
Blonde yet.
a guy who was not a good-looking dude, married Marilyn Monroe.
Arthur Miller doesn't look like he married Marilyn Monroe.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Maybe
look him
Henry
up.
Miller. Anywho, okay, well that's something.
Yeah,
I was
yeah
looking
we're
for something.
getting somewhere
It's
with
something.
them. Yeah.
Death of a Salesman. I remember that because it was we read the book and then watched the play, and it was so annoying.
Is that a Jim Carrey movie?
He was so.
Dustin Hoffman, I believe.
Dustin Hoffman?
Death of a Salesman, Dustin Hoffman did
Not
it
Jim Carrey.
on stage. I don't know that he's never done it. I know Dustin Hoffman famously did it, I think in the late 80s.
The salesman just seems so pathetic. Like
Well, that's kind of the point.
That was the entire point.
But like reading it,
Willie
is-
Loman and Biff and the whole bit.
Yeah, Willie Loman, like the
His
reading
name was
it,
literally Low Man.
Yeah.
he was just. I'm so sick of him whining every time he goes. You don't respect me. You don't respect your mother. I'm like, oh my gosh, shut up.
Okay, so that wasn't for you.
Yeah.
That
You've
one
been
didn't.
rude to me my whole life.
That one
Like,
didn't speak
I'm
to
thinking
you.
about things that I remember. I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't know if I have a favorite.
Okay.
I really don't. I would have to go through.
Well,
all
I could
the
be
books that
wrong.
I've read.
I assume that most people have a favorite book.
I don't.
I
Think
could
have
be
a
wrong.
favorite.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know.
There's books that I, aren't a complete dread to read, but I don't. What?
A complete dread.
Dude, some books are hard to get through. I'll give
No,
him that.
I agree with that, but it's just like he can't think of like a book that he enjoys a lot.
He
He's
doesn't
like,
enjoy
There are some
reading.
books that I don't dread reading.
That
Because
aren't
it
the
doesn't-
worst
if you
thing.
tell me to read it, like I'm how many? You got to read 100 pages per night. All right, I'll do it. I won't be happy about it, but I'll do it, and I'll retain information for the time that that I have to retain it
For the test.
For the test, I'll
Yeah.
take the test. You ask me questions, and then it has a shelf life. You wait a
Good
week
pun.
later-
So it's never occurred to you to just read a book for fun.
For pleasure. And again, I did not read a book just to do it until the entire world was shut down. That's what it took for me to pick up a book and be like, fine, I'll read. I got nothing else to do.
If I pick a book that I want for Christmas, will you guys get it for me, and then I can
Sure.
read it?
Yes.
Dibs.
We'll get you so many books. Pick 3
An
books.
easy one, yeah. Yeah, we'll get you
We'll
3.
each get you a book. We will begin the Poundcake Library.
We'll each get him our favorite book. You're going to get, either Agatha Christie and Then There Were None, which might be a little difficult for you to read. It's written in like the 20s.
Okay.
I'm going to get
Or-
you cheaper
They
by
speak
the
like-
dozen.
they speak
There
like
you
Val.
I love that book. That's an
That's a
easy
good
one.
one.
That's an easy one. It's
Yeah,
a kid's
sure.
reading.
C-Spot Run.
Yeah.
How
James and the Giant Peach.
It's a great book too.
You guys can get me Whitney Houston's biopic by Robert.
That's
Cross.
not a book.
It is a book. It's a biopic.
No.
All right.
If it's a biopic,
It is
that's
not
not
a book. Right.
a book. That's the
It's an
biopic is a
autobiography.
movie.
Okay,
Yes, there's
autobiography.
yeah. I saw the trailer for that when I went to see Black Adam.
For with the Whitney Houston
Oh,
thing?
I want to
Yeah.
dance with somebody.
I thought that was a Lifetime movie. That's a theater
No, it's
film?
a theater film.
They've
Yeah.
had,
Oh, I
like-
didn't realize that.
Angela Bassett made one, and it was just called like Whitney. And then I think they made another. They've had so many movies about her life. This one is like that has theater backing. I think Clive Davis is a producer on it.
Yeah, the last line of the trailer is, "This song needs a hook," and then I yell out, "She's got hooked on cocaine!" Big laughs.
in the theater.
Yeah.
You're the worst
Good
type
for
of
you.
moviegoer.
Oh, no. That's the best kind of moviegoer. He's not belaboring the point. He's not standing up and letting people throw roses at him.
No, because you know
She got hooked on cocaine.
No one just gets hooked
even though
on
McGruff, the crime dog, told her not to.
all these white men don't get the same.
Why are you so angry about what she did
I'm
to
protective
herself?
of her.
She's dead.
Well, you did a bad job.
You did a terrible job.
You did not protect her.
Well, I was young, but like I don't understand why she gets such a bad rap. All these dudes out here are you. Why do you guys call her a crackhead when Ozzy has done every drug known to man?
Because he's
and no one
not
calls
dead at the bottom of a tub.
But you guys still don't refer to him as a crackhead.
Well, he's
He
not a
didn't do
crackhead.
crack.
He has done everything.
Yes,
Yeah, but
and he's still alive.
recreationally.
He could handle his high. That's what I respect.
I just don't
handle your high.
I think it's very.
This guy's still putting out albums.
If it makes you
she
feel-
she towards the end, she was sitting in a corner shaking. She couldn't do anything. Ozzy's out there still touring and kicking ass. Dude has Parkinson's and he's still out there working.
Yeah, and if it makes you feel better, Poundcake, I'm boycotting Nirvana because their lead singer killed somebody.
Yeah, he killed the front man for the band.
Who'd he kill?
Who did Kurt Cobain kill?
I didn't read that in the book. Where is it?
You didn't read a book.
Courtney Cox didn't write that in her.
Courtney Cox?
I mean, no.
Let it go.
No. What's her name?
You got it.
You tell me.
You got it. It's Monica from Friends. Courtney Cox. She's.
No, it's not Courtney Cox. It's Courtney Love.
Hey.
I got it.
He did get it.
Courtney Love.
Eventually,
He
yes.
did get it. Oh, boy. I'm going to buy Poundcake, A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn.
There you go.
And I'm going to need you to read that over the break.
Again, geography, I'm okay with.
There's a
It's
one
only,
of my
I think it's only 1,300 pages. You can read it.
one of my favorite figured outs is about a wealthy family that becomes a member of a cult. It's called The Family Upstairs. That's a really good one. I could let
See,
read
you
that
like
one.
fiction books.
Yes.
I like nonfiction.
I like fiction books because I use reading as an escape. I don't want to learn right now.
I
I
understand.
don't really want to watch television. I want to read.
You want to be pulled into a story.
Right,
Immerse
exactly.
yourself.
The same reason you would watch a TV show, but read it.
Yeah.
My boyfriend got on my ass about it. He was like, "You give me such a hard time for watching all these murder documentaries and Jeffrey Dahmer stuff and blah, blah, but you read books, people get murdered all the time." I was like, yeah, this is made up. This isn't real. None of these families were hurt in the making of this.
Some people like nonfiction.
Yeah.
But the
I like biographies and autobiographies a lot.
Oh, my God.
I read a lot of comedian ones.
Yeah, I'll read a
The
couple
Don
of
Rickles one is fantastic.
Steve Martin's, I've heard, is really, really good.
Steve Martin's is great. And
Born Standing Up.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield's probably my favorite. That one's awesome.
I read the Marty Feldman autobiography. It was great.
He's the actor. I'm guessing these guys don't know.
No, they don't, but I do. It's a great book.
Todd Berry, when I was out with him a few weeks ago, he was selling his book. It was called Welcome to Hattiesburg.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically about his road stories from playing these really small towns. And I was like, oh, I like that. I mean, that's what I do too. So let's see what Todd Berry has to say about it, you know?
And he's been doing it for 30 years.
Crazy, right?
A look into your future.
Hey.
There's a stand-up comedy book called I Killed, and it's just a
I have that book.
Collection of different comics telling like their most horrific road story.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Scheidner wrote it.
Yeah, it's a very fun book.
There's another comedy book called Here's the Kicker. That's it's like an anthology of people just telling stories, and that's a good one.
What's
too.
the one? I'm killing up here, or I'm dying up here.
I thought that was a documentary.
Well,
they made a TV show.
They made a TV show out of
okay.
it, but it was a book first, and that's just a cool kind of recollection of stand-up from the 70s to the early 80s to like the boom.
Yeah.
Starting in New York and then moving to LA.
Well, actually,
History
Cody,
of stand-up I'm very interested in.
You know what one you might like, or something like this? Judd Apatow's book, Sick in the Head, or where it's interviews. So he puts all of his interviews with a bunch of different people. It's not just comics. It's writers. It's musicians, all kinds of things. And it's like in that interview format. So the read is very quick.
You know what Poundcake would actually really like, I think? A book like The Dirt.
The Motley Crue biography.
Because there's so much salacious stuff.
Yeah,
and
like a
details.
tell-all.
Yeah. I think that'd be right up your alley because you are obsessed with fame and then all these stories that these guys were sitting on and they finally told. I think that would be definitely your style.
But I watched the movie already.
Yeah, but the book's better.
Not that one exactly, but he's saying something like that. Like an interview book or a tell-all book or like, something like that.
Or Interview with the Vampire, because it's got a lot of homoerotic overtones in it, right?
Gay.
Is
there you go.
It's so gay.
Yeah, it's all,
I never read
it's
the
all
book.
male
but
vampires.
Yeah,
like, you know.
but I remember watching the movie as a kid and not really getting it because I was pretty young. And then watching it as an adult, I'm like, oh, I see what's going on
Oh,
here.
yeah.
This is weird.
When I hear gay vampire, I think Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows. He's not gay, but he's also not gay.
Right.
Where he's just like, yeah, I'll have sex with anybody. I don't care. I love
Let's
it all
throw
bodies.
caution to the winds.
Right.
I got to take a break. I will have what for you on the way back. I'll have something for you, and you'll be able to get your hands on it. I'll tell you what it is here. I'm going to have Cleveland Monsters tickets for you. So it can be a 4-pack of those when they play the Chicago Wolves. So if you want to get some hockey under your belt, we'll set that up. And then 4:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab $1,000. We'll have Perez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Goss very shortly as well. 35192, you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart.
we're going to check out a Cleveland Monsters game. You get a 4-pack of tickets here. Cleveland Monsters is going to take on the Chicago Wolves on Friday night, November 4th at the Romo Fijo. It's First Responders Night. So get ready to clap. And it's 1, 2, 3 Friday night. Every Friday night they do that. $1 Pepsi products, $2 hot dogs, $3 Labatt Blues, and other select beer specials too. So a lot going on there. ClevelandMonsters.com for any and all information. 4 tickets here for you. Monsters, Wolves on the 4th. It's not far off. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We got another grand for you, $1,000 to go fund yourself at 4:30, about 6 or 7 minutes from now. So listen for that next keyword. Cavaliers are off tonight. Still at home, though. They'll be on the floor at the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. So 7 o'clock is the tip-off. So right after we get out of here at 6:30 is when the pregame will get going against the Orlando Magic tomorrow night here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Thursday, I will have tickets for you, lower-level seats for the Smashing Pumpkins Jane's Addiction show, the Romo Fijo. On Saturday night, we're going to have people up here at the window. I'm going to have all manner of dumb questions for you. I'm calling it the Some Smashing Pumpkins questions because there will be some in there, and then there will be other just dumb, random questions.
And we already have the people.
No.
Be there. How do we get those people?
They're going to come right up to the window.
Do they need to know when?
No.
So they're just going to
They do not. I mean, probably around 3:30.
Well,
Try to get Poundcake out there with a wireless or something.
I feel like we should let them know when we're going to do it so that
yeah,
they
like
can
around
be
3:30.
here. Okay, 3:30 on Thursday.
Yeah.
Chance to win lower level
Yeah.
Smashing Pumpkins tickets.
Yeah.
If you know some Smashing Pumpkins trivia.
That's right.
Okay.
And you might even see Jane's Addiction.
Yes.
They've had to cancel a bunch of shows because Perry Farrell got hurt after the Madison Square Garden show. And so what they're saying now is that they plan on being back for Cleveland. But they canceled Pittsburgh, Philly, Quebec, and Montreal because he got hurt. So the plan is back on the road for Cleveland on Saturday night. Up north of the border, they've had a band called Our Lady Peace.
Oh, hey.
They're basically Canada's Smashing Pumpkins. But they're a good band. So they've been filling in for them. But Perry Farrell, maybe a strong wind grabbed him. I don't know. He's
a slight man.
He's and he's even more frail looking in person, too. He's like if someone made a Pee Wee Herman doll out of matchsticks, that would be Perry Farrell. He's one of the sweetest people you'll ever meet, but he's not made of sturdy stuff. So hopefully they'll be back.
Our Lady Peace has some hits.
Oh, yeah. Superman's Dead and
That's all.
a bunch of other ones.
Just that one.
Well, what was it? Starseed was one, and Superman's Dead, and
I always confuse them with Seven Mary 3.
Clumsy. Yeah, Seven Mary 3 had 1 or 2 songs, but Our Lady Peace had a handful of them. But that's another one of those bands that was much bigger north of the border.
What was Seven Mary 3's? That one
Cumbersome.
Cumbersome, yeah.
Follow-up was a song called Water's Edge that I liked a lot, but it did not match the
Cumbersome was
claim
huge.
of Cumbersome. Still gets played on MMS, I think.
Yeah.
No, I met Perry Farrell. I was doing stage announcements for Lollapalooza in 2007. I was still on the air in Chicago.
I wish he would go by his full name. Peril Farrell.
Peril Farrell. And I met him backstage. I don't think James was performing that year, but he's the grandfather of Lollapalooza, and so he's still walking around with his wife and talking to people, and I'm waiting to go out, and so there's just a bunch of people kicking around backstage. So it's me, Perry Farrell, and Danny Masterson, the dude who's on trial for rape.
Yeah.
He was a DJ then, and so they were making a big deal about the fact that Danny Masterson was going to be DJing at Lollapalooza. This was the year that Lady Gaga did one of the side stages. She hadn't blown up yet. And so Me and Perry and Danny Masterson just chopping it up. And I'd love to tell you I got some weird rapey vibe off Danny Masterson, but I didn't. I guess I wasn't his type. Nothing like that, but he is in the midst of all kinds of problems now from multiple girls who said that he did awful things to him. So who knows what will happen there. If you're in dire need of good news, I've got some for you. I think we could all probably use a little bit of good news. It turns out that Emmanuel Todd Lopez, the TikTok emu, never had the bird flu.
Oh, yay.
We were talking last week about how this girl who got herself famous and Emmanuel on TikTok, Taylor Blake, is the owner of this farm, and she lost the bulk of her birds because of the avian flu that had just torn through her. And, of course, people know Emmanuel Todd Lopez, the famous emu. And they were worried that he was still kicking around, but they tested him for all kinds of stuff. And he tested negative for the bird flu. They think he's just, by the way, they tested him for a whole bunch of things. He tested negative for West Nile virus, salmonella, and chlamydia.
Aww.
But she lost a lot of other birds at this farm. It was down to Emmanuel and one of the other ones. They think that he's just stressed out.
Yeah, wouldn't you be?
Yeah, with all that fame, and you want your TikToks to do well, and sometimes they underperform. Yeah. And it's just whether you're a bird or a person,
yeah,
it can be rough.
So, and of course, this girl took some heat too, because there were a lot of animal handlers and virologists who were telling her, hey, you could get yourself very, very sick by cuddling him and kissing him. And, she's very affectionate with Emmanuel the emu. She lost more than 50 birds at her farm in 3 days in Florida. But Emmanuel is hoping he's going to be better. Lack of appetite, twisted his neck. A result, people go, what does an animal have to be stressed about? We're the only ones walking around not worried that we're going to get killed and eaten at any given time. Every other animal on the planet has something that's out there trying to kill it and eat it. And we're not on that. Unless maybe you live in Adelaide, Australia. There's a woman off her shift at the abattoir. But Emmanuel Lopez, the TikTok emu, is doing fine.
Oh, thank God.
So, listen, we could all use a little bit of good news.
That is good news.
And I don't know if he's going to be back to ticking and talking anytime soon. But the girl who runs she does tweet in the first person as him, which is a little.
Yeah, people do that, though.
It's a little off-putting, but.
I started a Instagram account for Whoopsie, and I think I did one post from Whoopsie's point of view. I'm like, no, I hate that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Does not feel good.
I thought about doing like a kids YouTube channel where Whoopsie goes on adventures, because kids love that stuff. Where It's just a dog doing things that dogs do, and then you do a dumb voiceover about all the things they're learning or seeing, and it's mind-numbing, but kids love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually pulled the trigger on it yet, because it seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Maintaining a YouTube channel with dog content on it, yeah. But you could be immediately getting endorsements for Whoopsie, too.
Right. But that goes back to, I don't want my dog to be more famous than me.
So
but the money goes to you. What do you care?
It's an ego
but
thing.
you get the money.
Yeah, but if
I'd rather be rich than famous.
What if that's
Good
how you
point.
got on late night? Like
with
Fallon
Whoopsie?
had you on for your
Just-
dog,
just
but
my
didn't
dog.
acknowledge the fact that you were a stand-up once.
This is Kanye in the T-shirts. I'm telling you. Kanye wishes he was a billionaire from his music.
I don't know. I wouldn't actually care that much, but it's also late night at this point I don't even care about that.
The girl who chugged the beer, the comic who had the beer thrown at her, she just did Kimmel.
Yeah.
Like last night or 2 nights ago. Yeah.
And that's the first time they've had an event where late night's just not what it used to be.
Yeah.
It's if you do it, it's fine, but it's not anything that I feel like I need to do anymore.
I guess he asked her after, he was like, hey, have you seen a bump in your career from this happening? She goes, yeah, I just did Kimmel. It's okay, I see what you did there.
Oh, on his show?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple minutes ago. You didn't see me out there?
You see you just doing Kimmel?
Let me give you some.
You're the comic that only goes viral when people throw stuff at you. So
Yeah, right?
now you got to have people throw stuff at you.
Yeah, you're
every
locking
show.
yourself into
Yeah.
that. But you're also locking yourself. I mean, you know,
And she's a
some
funny lady.
like that. And I don't know her comedy at all. I've
She's
never
very
heard of her before that. But something like that can go away quickly. You lock in with your dog.
Mhm.
Holy cow!
You don't
Start
think
getting-
Emmanuel Lopez is going anywhere anytime soon?
Start getting Poundcake's mom to send me money.
Yeah.
For my dog.
Yeah,
I think
there you
she's
go.
done with that. I think she's done with
Wait
that.
till she
George,
sees
It was a
Whoopsie's
COVID thing.
YouTube channel.
George broke her heart. Well, George's family broke her heart. So I don't know.
What if that monkey wasn't dead? They
Well,
just lied.
He just wanted some separation from
break.
Teresa. Needed a
Well,
break from her.
His sister took his place, and my mom said she doesn't have George's charisma.
That's
She was-
right.
She was like, it's not the same. They can't just put in a stand-in monkey because their cash flow's gone.
That's why it's such a delicate balance. You can have two exact animals. People love one, and the other one they go meh.
You're no
Siblings.
George.
I mean, imagine tying your cash flow into a dumb animal. That's whatever.
It's not dumb though. It was a really smart.
I'm just saying
monkey.
you're putting all your eggs in that animal's basket, and it's gonna die, and you got to hope you're making some money.
But it
Then you
doesn't.
got to come. It's like when what's a little Pomeranian that was super famous? The Pom dog, the little white. Oh my God! They marketed the piss out of that thing. They were selling stickers, and they were making millions of dollars off that dog. And then it died. And they're like, all right, well, that's lightning in a bottle. They had
But
to
is
eat-
that the
we're-
same
you
thing
know.
with the monkey? Like monkeys have like the same lifespan as humans. I feel like, don't they?
I don't know
No,
about
I don't
that.
think so.
I don't know. Bubbles the chimp, I think, is still alive.
Oh, Boo was the Pomeranian I'm thinking of. Okay, hey, listen, let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. Chance for you to go fund yourself. You got to crack at this every hour. And right now you can do it. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Some monkeys live
Poundcake should read any of the Carrie Fisher autobiographies, either postcards from the ads or wishful drinking. They're pretty entertaining.
There's a lot of drugs and salacious details in those.
Oh, yeah.
She's dead now.
She was doing wild stuff, and she did not mind telling her stories.
Mm-mm. Monkeys are what? What were you saying?
20 years or so.
Oh, yeah?
For like the smaller
I'll
ones.
tell you what.
Some of the bigger ones live 45, 50.
You want my kid paying attention, you better put Sniper Wolf in these.
Oh
My kid's all about Sniper Wolf right
My
now.
niece is watching her. That's all she watches. I'm like, why is this chick screaming?
I gotta
24
tell you
hours a
though,
day, she's
out of
screaming.
all these YouTubers, and I know she does multiple channels. There's like a gaming thing, and then there's more adult stuff with cursing and stuff. But the things that she does that are PG, she's kind of funny because I mean her vocabulary is pretty good. She's super cute. Yeah, my daughter is in this phase right now. YouTube. She just wants to watch the like riddle videos because it's fundamentally stupid.
Sure.
This girl is a multimillionaire off of narrating other people's videos.
Yeah.
But good for her.
Mhm.
But yeah, my daughter's all about Sniper Wolf right now.
My niece is into that.
Oh,
I was reading that.
She's pretty attractive.
She's got big old boobies.
Well, you know what though? YouTube. Well, and this is the beauty too, is that like these girls who are on like Twitch and YouTube and all this stuff, their boyfriends are a hot mess.
Oh,
they're not.
train wrecks.
They're dating these.
She's dating like a gamer dude.
Yeah, Evan Sausage,
Yeah.
like this fat, bearded dude. You're
Yeah.
like, what is going on?
She falls in love with his words.
Oh yeah, here's his words. I was reading a thing. How'd you two meet? He was a big fan of her gaming channel because she's super hot.
Yeah.
And he said, I would drag my balls through a field of broken glass just to hear you fart through a walkie-talkie. 0% original, but it got her. And she wrote him back and just thought he was
We
hilarious.
can
And
make that happen.
he sent her a picture, but she later learned it was a fake photo because of course it was, because she looks like she does and he looks like he does. Anyway, but this girl makes a ton of money. She makes $1 million a month.
Oh, yeah.
And she's got this massive house outside Vegas, you know. But I don't feel weird when my daughter's watching these videos because it's nothing. It's just
For
like
kids.
it's like design fails
Right.
or it's weird slime things. I don't even know if it's for kids, but it's definitely PG. I was reading that YouTube, there are more people watching YouTube on their television than Amazon, Disney Plus, and HBO Max combined.
That's the only thing, Blake, Brian's daughter, that's the only thing she watches. She has a little, like a small maybe, I don't know, 20-something inch TV in her playroom. And it's on YouTube on a loop. That's all it is. Videos of kittens being rescued or like whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not doing that. But I'm like, you can't be watching YouTube like a half-hour YouTube. But that's all she wants to watch.
Yeah.
It's like funny riddle videos. She could do a hell of a lot worse than that. At
Yeah.
least she's trying to figure stuff out. But yeah. Yeah, good. Because I was kind of having the conversation with her. I go, this is how this girl makes her money.
Does she understand what you're saying?
Yeah, because there's also a video on YouTube of this girl, a tour of her home.
Ah.
And it's this stark white everything. There's barely any furniture in it. But I was
that.
like, this girl got this
By
from
doing
these videos.
My 10-year-old niece will ask me that kind of stuff all the time. She found me on TikTok. And I have like 150,000 followers on TikTok. And she called me the other night and she goes, how much money do you make on TikTok? And I was like, good to hear from you. I don't, actually.
I appreciate that she cuts right to the chase.
Oh, this kid wastes no time. This is
That's
is
beautiful.
that Mary Santora? This is the sassy one. And I was like, well, you
Right to
can
it.
make money on TikTok. It's never, because I'm trying to give her realistic expectations. I'm like, it's never enough to live off of. You still have to go to school.
Unless it's $1 million a month,
Right.
and then you can easily live on that.
I told her, I was like,
Well, because it's crazy how many people make that kind of money on YouTube.
yeah.
It's not like this girl's a unicorn and she's making. There's tons of people who make millions of dollars, and God bless them. It's good for them.
It's crazy. It's so hard to get engagement, though. So for those
I think
people,
you got to find your thing, though.
you got to find your thing and
post all the time.
You got to post all the
Uh-huh.
time. Like I'm making a little money off my YouTube channel. I have a lot of subscribers, but it's still hard to get my subscribers to watch the videos that they subscribe to.
Right.
Because they're just like, there's
So-
so many other things to watch. You got to stay right in front of them. You got
One-
to make it, and they don't care about if it's funny. They're more into drama than anything.
Oh, yeah?
Like, so if I make a video, like one of the videos that I posted recently was about a guy getting mad and leaving my show. That one did really well because people were like, oh, yeah, they want to see the drama of it. Where if I just go, here's a funny video, like, well, find funny videos. we want to see someone get upset and then have an opinion about it.
I mean, Erica's friend, Lone Fox or whatever, he's like a home decor blogger.
LOAN?
I think it's LONE.
That would be better if home guy, LOAN.
I like that.
So one of my, okay, let me start over. I have 3 slot machine channels that I watch, I watch pretty religiously. The one guy is like the biggest on YouTube. His name is Brian Christopher, and his page is Brian Christopher Slots. His net worth is like $3 million, and he makes like, this says anywhere between $25,000 and $400,000 a year just from ads alone. And then there's 3 people like this that they have Patreons. They have like super fan groups that you can subscribe to be a member of. Like these people make so much money a year. The NG slot guy is another one. He makes $1.2 million a year. And that's not including what they make gambling. That's just like what they make off of their YouTube from ads and from subscriptions. And like, it's crazy. These people are paying
This girl's
you.
making $1 million a month.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I'm saying these people, not only are other people giving them money to gamble with, then they are making money off of that money. It's crazy.
Pretty
It's
sweet.
so crazy.
It's double dip. Hey, Steve.
Hey there.
What's up?
Hey, you getting ready for Halloween coming up?
Yes.
Hey, by the way, has anyone mentioned Catcher in the Rye, that classic book?
I did mention that, yes.
Yeah, that's like standard in all high school and college classes, isn't it?
Yeah, and it kind of hits a bullseye, too, for that kind of frame of mind if you're kind of an antisocial misanthrope in college. Catcher in the Rye, you see a lot of dudes walking around with that under their arm, too. And it's a classic book, yeah.
Yeah, well, as far as you were talking about Shakespeare in English classes, in most cases, they're pretty much a waste of time for getting a job or work factors.
Well, it depends on what job you're trying to get.
Yeah, but unless you're going to be an actor in a Shakespeare play, it's worthless.
Or an English teacher.
Well, yeah, but job-wise, it doesn't pay off job-wise that much. But my books, the better books to read are the real-life documentary or history or autobiography where you could learn something about how people led their lives and got on the road to success.
What's a suggestion?
I don't know. I read a lot of history books about World War II and Civil War and presidents and even old Mr. Trump has a couple books out, and you could try to figure him out by what his words were.
Sure. Okay, well, there you go. There's a little something for everybody, right, Steve?
Yeah, I would mention one more thing. If you want to be on the road to success in any way, or try to be a millionaire, I watch a lot of Shark Tank for new ideas and inventions.
Yeah. Are you pitching anything to Shark Tank?
I sure would like to, because a lot of people who go on there are millionaires.
Most of them aren't, but you're right. A few of them get in there. Yeah.
I don't like the way they treated me when I pitched them the
Snaxophone.
Snaxophone.
Yeah.
They're very dismissive.
And there's also, sometimes they swing and miss, because I think the guy that came up with the Ring camera, they turned him down on Shark Tank famously a few years ago, and he was like, okay, well, I'll go somewhere else then.
No one needs a camera
He's
on their
doing fine.
doorstep.
Yeah, I'll just have Amazon buy it in a few years. Okay, thank you, Steve. I appreciate the call. Best of luck on your road to success. I got to take a break here. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
W.
off patio doors. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Hello. We're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Election day is coming up fast. But seriously, does your one vote even matter? Why bother voting? Well, because lots of terrible people vote. That's right. Think of the worst of the worst who seem to benefit off the back of regular people suffering. The ones who don't care about anyone else but themselves, except maybe their shareholders. They vote. But not only them. The person who cut you off in traffic, they vote. The person who didn't hold the door for you, they vote. The person who put up a fuss about wearing a mask, they vote. The people who start sentences with, "I'm not racist, but," they vote. They all vote. All the terrible people vote. That's why you need to vote. You're not terrible. Probably. I don't know for sure. You might be. If you are, just ignore this video. But if you're not a terrible person, your vote is super important. So vote.
Anybody follow Brittle Star? I think that guy's very funny. He's a British comedian. He calls himself the internet's favorite dad. He's like mid-50s or whatever. He's like a writer and a comic, and he does good stuff on social media. But he mentions people who don't hold the door for you or whatever. There was a guy who got stabbed to death after he wasn't thanked for holding the door. A guy, this is why, like...
The guy who held the door got stabbed to death?
The guy who held the door got stabbed to death because the other guy didn't thank him. And he complained that the guy didn't thank him. The guy turns around and thanked him by stabbing him to death.
Oh, jeez.
That's some thank you.
37-year-old Juan Nunez was mad that another guy didn't thank him for holding the door open. And 42-year-old Edwin Pedroza, this is at a convenience store.
This is one of those things where you got to just, you're doing the nice thing. You got to do it without expecting the thank you.
What? I hold the door for you. Like, you're two grown men. Jesus. This is like a convenience store or a smoke shop or something. It's right in New York City. And the guy runs back into the store and is like, the guy stabbed me. And the dude, like, rode off on his bike or something.
Okay,
and,
but catch me on the wrong day. I'm having a bad day. I'm in a mood. I hold the door for you. You blow right past me. Act like I'm not even there. I might hit you with a, "You're welcome," or something like that. Maybe not make a huge fuss about it, but depending on my mood, I might say something.
Right, get that in check.
No.
Why would you say anything? You don't know where people are coming from. This guy got stabbed in the abdomen, and the dude fled on an e-bike, and they caught up with him.
So was it a situation like that? The guy held the door. He's like, "Oh, you're welcome," and the guy turned around and he's like, "Thank you." And
yeah, they got into some brief altercation. The guy whips out a knife. You don't know who's packing anymore, man. Just, you know.
A lot of people are just
not
looking
supposed
for an
to,
excuse.
I guess it's not supposed to be transactional, you know.
It's not
if
supposed
you want
to
somebody,
be.
If you want somebody to thank you, maybe don't do it because they might not. Are you going to be mad because somebody? I went to Heinen's today, right down the street here. Held the door open for this woman who kind of gave me the skunk eye or something, and then somebody behind her. And then they're kind of not paying attention or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. When you all pass, I'll go in and go about my day.
I understand what you're saying.
She looked at me like she was mad I was holding the door.
Some girls do get mad because they're like,
equal rights.
No, this was like this was a woman. No, she was way older than me. And her arms looked full.
What do you call
so I was
them?
like, huh?
What do you call them when it's an old, an old crone?
No, she wasn't that old. Okay. I mean, she looked like she was maybe like late 60s or something. And it's fine.
I know it's
If somebody
fine.
says, "Oh my gosh, thank you," that's great too. If you don't,
But you got caught on a bad day and called an old woman a crone in a parking lot.
Because what did she say again?
Something about your mask or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is maybe this guy got caught in a bad mood and he held the door, didn't feel acknowledged, and was like, "Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, real nice, pal." You know.
But
He didn't
why
have to
would
do
you
that.
do that?
You've done it. You just caught in a mood.
No, I didn't hold the door for her.
But you
and she
snap
did,
back at a person who.
because I wasn't starting a conversation with her.
But
She
you
talked
felt
to
slighted.
She talked to me, and I wanted her to leave me alone. I'm not inviting you into a conversation. I'm going about my business. You have no interaction with me whatsoever. Just continue doing whatever irrelevant thing you were doing.
I guess.
This guy holding
I
a door.
see it.
Two guys, by the way. This wasn't what he's like, what's the matter, baby? Too good for me? Another guy. Yo, bro, you don't say thank you? Like, what am I, your girlfriend? What? It's Brooklyn. What are you going to do?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
You know what you should do? You should forget about it.
Hey, I'm a big-time New York lawyer. I'm an agent. I don't need nobody holding my doors.
That's right.
It's all about the shoulders.
But, I mean, because you didn't get a thank you, now you're dead.
See, yeah, that's not worth it.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
You ever get mad at anybody on the road, or you just stare straight ahead? Someone
Not a
cuts
road
you
rage
off,
guy.
you're not like, dude,
No,
what the hell? You don't
not
throw
a
an arm
road
up
rage
or
guy. I want
shake
everybody,
the head?
Nope. I want everybody to be safe. Nope.
So if someone cuts you off, you're not like, what the hell?
I couldn't tell you the last time I was cut off. I mean, if I'm at home going to see my parents or something, I get cut off.
In
But
Chicago,
but the traffic's going
yeah.
10 miles an hour. So it's, people angling for position.
I get cut off all the time.
Why do you
drive
think
slow.
that? Yeah, because you drive like a granny.
But that's fine.
I drive the speed limit. People are either... I drive the speed limit.
But if
like
they're flying around you, they can't be cutting you off. I think of
They
cutting
are
you.
cutting me
I
off.
think of cutting you off as somebody who gets right in front of your car
There are-
from another lane. If they just zoom around you, that's not cutting you off.
There have been times that
If they're going faster than you, you're not going to run into them.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. People get so. My butthole girl, as you refer to as, she was a road rager, and I was just like, none of these people are driving bad.
And I don't
You're
want to
kind
be
of a bad driver.
And if that's how you are behind the wheel, I don't want to ride with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to be in a car with anybody who doesn't have a cool head when they're in a steel horse. I don't need that.
I periodically hear horns.
Yeah. Say again, Poundcake.
I periodically hear horns, and I don't know if they're honking at me.
They're honking at you.
No, they're not. What are they honking at me for? I'm going the speed limit. I'm not in a lane.
You're handsome.
Maybe that's it.
They can wave and run on little pound cake. There was a time a guy cut me off, and I was like, God, what a dick. And then I saw the Alan Cox Show sticker on his bumper. I'm like, all right. I didn't even say anything. I was just like, because the last thing I want is have a confrontation with this dude, and then he pop out. He's like, well, goddamn, you're pound cake.
There were two guys. This was maybe a week or so ago. There were two guys in Florida, I think. I'll default to Florida. Who were road raging at each other. And they start exchanging gunfire. They each have their daughters in the car. Each daughter gets shot. And the guys now are like charged with child endangerment, attempted murder, all this stuff. Like, dude,
it's just friendly gunfire.
You got a kid in the car. They each had a kid in the car. Didn't think twice about whipping out their piece and shooting at the other car.
Well, that's a bummer.
I think the girls are okay, but like,
still,
one of the girls like, I don't want to die. It's like, oh my God, of course not. You're trying to ride with your dad, and I'm sure she knew their dads were maniacs, but still, you get what you get. That's what you got dealt. I saw Kevin Bacon is now being introduced to the MCU.
Ah, yes, that's exciting.
He was, of course, in X-Men First Class, but as we established, not part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He was Sebastian Shaw, of course. He gets a quarter right through his forehead, I think. That's how Magneto takes care of him.
I don't think it was a quarter. I think it was.
I thought it was a quarter.
Well, it was like a coin.
Oh, yeah, like a big coin. Yeah. Wasn't a quarter.
I don't think it was an American quarter. Yeah,
it's just like a regular
the,
coin. Yeah. So he's going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy, or it's a holiday thing? Is that what's up?
So they're doing a holiday special, and he's part of the holiday special.
Haven't they learned anything from Star Wars? Holiday special? Is he playing himself?
Yes.
I see.
So I think it was one of the Guardians movies, they mention Footloose, and then they bring it back up in Endgame, I think.
I see.
Endgame or, no, not Endgame, Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's a big fan of Footloose and Kevin Bacon, and so they're trying to cheer him up. This is what you get from the trailer of the holiday special. They're trying to cheer up Star-Lord, and the way they're doing that is by kidnapping Kevin Bacon and bringing him to meet Star-Lord.
I'll tell you what, that Kevin Bacon can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned.
It'll be fun.
I noticed that you've got your Perez built-in jersey on.
I sure do.
You know what that means, Mary?
I did not. I don't.
It's time for Hot Celebrity Goss.
Hot Goss!
Hot celebrity gossip. This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
I hear every week how excited people are to get hot goss all over themselves.
I wish Mary would dance.
Courtesy.
Well, the song's
Courtesy
over.
of Bill Squire. Oh, dance to your theme song.
Yeah.
Would you like me to play it again so she can
How do you want me to
properly dance?
I mean, just follow my lead.
Hot celebrity gossip.
Makes you want to.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in.
Raise the roof a little.
No, I'm dancing like one of those cockatiels.
He's trying to choreograph
They
you.
kick out their little feet. You know?
It was good. I liked it.
It's my cockatiel dance.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted more effort on
It
your
was good.
part.
It was
yeah.
good. No, I'm happy that you participated. All right. Let's get some hot goss in those ears. Those goss holes is like I call them. The goss holes.
As he likes to call them all the time.
After continued boasting by Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, of course, that Adidas wouldn't drop him over his anti-Semitic remarks, Adidas dropped him over his anti-Semitic remarks. And according to inside sources, this was an extremely tough decision for Adidas to make since the Yeezy brand is such a lucrative part of their business. Adidas even considered embracing Ye's anti-Semitism and leaning into it by rebranding from the brand with the 3 stripes to the brand with the 3 Reichs.
Inside sources.
I guess I'll never know.
Yeah. Billy McFarland, the mastermind behind the disastrous Fire Festival, is out of jail and has something in the works.
Wasn't he in prison in Ohio? Or am I getting that completely wrong?
I don't know where he's in prison, but McFarland posted a phone number on social media that leads people to a website to collect contact information. And people are speculating it's to promote another festival that he's planning. And according to inside sources, the new festival will be prison themed to celebrate his time in prison. The headliner is R. Kelly. And it's not just going to be music. There's going to be arts and crafts like craft your own shiv. And instead of a kissing booth, it's a document signing booth.
Inside sources.
That sounds terrible. He's already
I'm not gonna
grifting.
try it.
He's already grifting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Taylor Swift broke numerous records with her latest release, Midnights. Cat Moms around the world made Swift's new album the most streamed album in one day and made Swift the most streamed artist in one day on Spotify. And according to inside sources, Taylor is branching into fashion, signing a sneaker deal with Adidas since they have room now for a line of running shoes called I'ma Let You Finish.
Inside sources. This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
It's like letting that fade out there. Very nice. So
The goss soak into your goss holes.
Into your goss holes. I love this dude in Westlake who called the wrong number to talk to the hitman to kill his son.
Oh, God.
This happened
People
in
really that dumb?
Westlake. You think there's geniuses that are offering somebody money to kill their kid because they're drunk and mad at him temporarily? Stuff's going down in Westlake, boy.
And they got money. Normal people are like, people who broke, they're like, oh, I'll just take out my son myself. People with money, they hire a hitman.
Well, I don't know if this guy's got money. I mean, he called...
You can't be cheap.
He called a random business. He thought that he was calling, I guess, a hitman, and he left voicemails on a random business's phone line that he wanted to pay $5,000 for somebody to kill his son.
See, not cheap.
He dialed the wrong number, and of course, the business turned the tape into the cops. They were like, hey, there's something going on here.
It's time. My son's name is. It's a $5,000 hit on it.
It sounded like somebody was trying to hire somebody to hurt another person.
I don't give a where he at or what he doing or who he with. Kill that.
He did admit that it was him on the phone, and he did try to call somebody, was trying to set up actually hurting his own son. He said it was alcohol fueled, and they had an argument, and he blamed it on alcohol problems.
I don't even know that the guy's in any trouble, by the way. The son is like, yeah, my dad was just drunk.
Drugs and alcohol
like,
have ruined my life.
He's, oh, did my dad try and kill me again? Leave a drunk voicemail?
That's what he does.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He's always putting a hit out on me. Well, isn't $5,000 what Joe Exotic paid to get the hit out on Carol Baskin?
God,
Or was it
I
like
don't remember
$2,000?
that.
It was like a
not
small
a lot
amount
of
of
money,
money.
yeah.
That
like
bitch Carol Baskin.
You should be charging more to kill somebody.
58-year-old Desmond Ramsey left the voicemails. He said he got into an argument with his son recently. So what does that mean? You better kill him. Oh, I guess he was charged with stuff. First-degree felony. And given a $500,000 bond, the son declined any order of protection.
We got to start teaching.
Said that this is just my dad and blah, blah, blah.
We got to start teaching anger management and like meditation in schools.
And financial literacy.
Right.
Anger management and financial literacy. They go hand in. What do most people argue about?
Money.
Not being able.
No money. Not being able to hire a hitman to kill their kid?
Let's say not being able to read, but that was illiteracy, not financial.
I don't think people argue over that all that often.
Alan, I'll never forget my driving instructor yelling at me for driving the speed limit on the highway.
You had to go on that.
7 miles per hour over or get off the highway. Yeah, I don't think anybody on the highway is. Poundcake drives the speed limit because he's DWB. But there are a lot of people
Just can't
who
afford
are.
a ticket. That's
I
all.
understand. But I don't think you're going to get a ticket if you're going 5 over the speed limit. It's people going 20 over the speed limit that get tickets. And a lot of times they don't even get them. Conspiracy to commit murder. Think about that against your own kid. You might have had $5,000 or he was drunk and offering that. Now you got to come up with $5,000 for your bail. No, $50,000,
No,
a $500,000 bond. You got to come up with $50,000.
I don't know if we're going to be able to get that.
Woo!
You said $500,000? That's $500,000.
No, you got to post 10%.
Oh, okay.
To get out.
Damn it, I thought I had you.
Did you?
One day you'll get
one
him,
day.
Poundcake. You'll be able to take him down.
I'll have WWE Live tickets for you. They're coming the 28th of December, the Romo Fijo. After the break, want to go to that? A lot of the WWE superstars are coming through. You can be there. And then 5:30, another chance for you to grab $1,000. Go fund to yourself. 35192 to text if you want. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free in Io. And Io is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. Io. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you in about 7 or 8 minutes. Listen for that keyword. Right around 5:30. Get you, go fund yourself. Corey Roddick Experience tonight after 6:30. He will continue that run of Go Fund Yourself till 9:30. I think tonight is the last keyword you'll get. And then it starts all over again tomorrow morning with Rover. And then every hour. So Stansbury's got him for you. I got him for you. You're in good shape. Cavaliers will play tomorrow night. They had a big one over the Wizards in overtime, 117-107. Sunday, that was a home opener. And then they'll play the Orlando Magic tomorrow night at 7 o'clock here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Thursday, probably start around 3:30. We're going to have people, whoever comes up to this window, and they're trying to get those Smashing Pumpkins tickets. I'm going to have some Smashing Pumpkins questions, and other ones, not. But I got a bunch of pair of tickets to give away, good ones, lower level. Saturday night, Pumpkins, Jane's Addiction. They're calling it the Spirits on Fire Tour. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But Saturday night, the Romo Fijo. So Thursday, around 3:30, we'll have some people. We're going to have some cats out here from Bloodview Haunted House, too, I think, just to spice it up a little. And then we'll hand those off on Thursday. And then, who knows what'll happen? Who am I to say what'll happen?
You're not.
That's absolutely correct. I am not.
Alan, so let me get this right. Mary is complaining to Brian about him watching murder, serial killer documentaries, and then says something about the victims' families. Like, give me a break, Mary. Jeffrey Dahmer, everybody knows who he is. There's like a dozen films and movies about.
What did you say about the victims' families?
No. Brian, he was giving me crap about the books that I read, being like figure it out murder mystery books. And he's saying it's no different than him watching the documentaries. And I said, mine didn't actually happen.
Gotcha.
He falls asleep to these horrible documentaries of true stories.
They're his surviving R. Kelly.
Right.
That's his comfort food.
Hey, Alan, did Mary watch the Ted Bundy documentary at all? Because if she did, that's extremely hypocritical for her to judge Brian for watching Jeffrey Dahmer documentaries and such other things.
Would you have ever guessed in a million years that all these guys would be Team Brian?
Never.
I mean, really?
Also, I'm not giving him crap. He was giving me crap, saying that I can't.
That's just what you want. That's how you're spinning it.
Whatever. He's saying I can't make fun of him for falling. The whole thing was that he falls asleep to these like stories of murder and heartbreak. And I'm like, dude, this is your comfort food, whatever. Oh, you read the same thing. I'm like, except mine are made up.
And you're not going to fall asleep reading a book.
Right. Well, you might, but I'll close it before I fall asleep.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jeffrey Dahmer, when I was in Oklahoma City over the weekend, we went to a country bar right next door. And I saw my very first in-person Jeffrey Dahmer Halloween costume.
We were talking about this earlier, I think, when you were out of the room, but that I just couldn't buy that people were sending their kids out. Dumb grown-ups, I guess.
Yeah,
because they think it's funny. Right. But the concern, like, eBay is banning the Dahmer costume, which is just a white T-shirt and glasses.
That's it. He had on a white T-shirt, a flannel, with, like, the white T-shirt had blood on it. But he came alone. And I was like, oh, no. Is this guy, like... Is he about to do some method acting?
So he really went for authenticity.
Yeah, he showed up to the club by himself. He had like the camera slung around his neck, like all that. And I was like, what if he is like actually going to try to kill somebody tonight? And they'd be like, ha ha ha, what a funny Halloween costume. And
you're
like,
saying he was hiding in plain sight.
What if that's what I'm saying. What if he was coming to the bar by himself, dressed up as a quote unquote topical costume?
Or it's like those guys who walk around, their costume is a bunch of single-serving cereal boxes with plastic knives through them.
Yeah, they're serial killers.
Serial killer. No one would ever think that someone in such a dumb costume would be so nefarious with such sinister intentions? Hide in plain sight. They're just walking around. Now, let me ask you this. Did you hear about any news story of someone being murdered or strangled with a camera strap
No.
before you left town? Oh.
Although right before I left to go to Oklahoma City, somebody sent me an article about them finding 4 bodies in the river.
Yeah,
And
they
were
did.
like, watch
they
out.
pulled 4 guys out.
Yeah, they were like, watch out, meth is crazy there. And they were right.
Well, meth might be crazy there, but as I understand it, here in Northeast Ohio, it's not that bad.
So I've heard.
Isn't that what we've been told?
That is what we have been told.
I mean, not by more than one person.
I was on my way to buying some meth. Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Yeah, that's right. Meth ain't that bad. Thank you, sir.
Hey, guys, heard you talking about Alan's tequila and Red Bull, and I came up with a great name for the drink. You call it a Matador. Yay. Gene from Parma.
Gene from
I love
Parma.
Gene from Parma.
Gene from Parma.
Somebody asked me earlier, is Gene from Parma okay? We haven't heard. There's Gene from Parma.
There he is.
Matador. I just call it a cocktail. I don't know anybody else that drinks Red Bull with tequila. It's usually vodka. So I don't have a name for it.
I drink vodka with tequila.
Yeah. That's right. Tell him, Mel. Alan, you're talking about that guy offering $5,000 to kill his son. It just so happened that The Professional was on last night, and he even charges $5,000 a head. Remember The Professional? A young Natalie Portman?
I actually just watched that for the first time.
What a great
this
movie.
year.
Oh, what a great. I saw it in the theater, and I felt very, very strange about how cute I thought Natalie Portman was.
Was she like 14?
Because she was
something?
very, very young. If we're
She was like
lucky,
12.
she was 14. Gary Oldman was a drugged out, crazed cop. I think it was technically called Leon the Professional, but over here they call it The Professional. But Jean Reno was the French actor that played the hitman.
We started that Watcher last night, too.
Yeah. Did you finish The Patient? Oh, it's tonight,
No,
isn't
it's
it?
tonight,
Yeah,
yeah.
The Last Patient is tonight.
Yeah.
You started The Watcher.
Well, I guess Brian was already 1 episode in, but I watched episodes 2 and 3. It was good. I like it. Crazy that it's true.
Hey.
No.
Well, based on true story, they said.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
but
actual
they-
story is pretty dull. Actually, the real story is pretty creepy.
It's very creepy, but
they
it's-
have to
there's
add
not-
so many things
there's
in to
not
make
much
this
to it.
Drama.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't do my I didn't look it up or anything. I just said, "Oh, this actually happened, huh?"
Well, I didn't look anything up until I had finished the series, and I was like, okay, what was real, what wasn't.
Got it.
And yeah, so just enjoy it for what it is. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I liked it.
I like that guy, that main guy. He's hot.
Bobby Cannavale.
He's
Oh
hot.
yeah, he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
He's married to Rose Byrne in real life, I think.
He was in
Naomi Watts looks dynamite, man. She's
Yeah.
like 55 years old.
He was in that was 9 Perfect Strangers or 7 Perfect Strangers, the Nicole Kidman short series. I think it was on Hulu, where she runs like a I don't even know what it is, like a weekend retreat where she drugs everybody.
That I don't know about.
I think it was called 9 Perfect Strangers. He was in that.
He was in Vinyl. He was in
Boardwalk Empire, all kinds of things.
He's been in a bunch of stuff.
What's his name?
He's been on almost every HBO show, it feels like.
Yeah.
Bobby Cannavale.
Like, every HBO show that's come out since like the mid-2000s.
Wasn't he on Will and Grace or something? He was making out with some dudes on
Yeah,
Will and
9
Grace.
Perfect Strangers. That's the name of it.
He was in Vinyl, wasn't he? Boy,
He was the
that
main character on
Yeah,
Vinyl.
I know. That show.
Yeah, he's just got a look about him. I don't know what it is, but he's hot. He does it for me.
Vinyl was a
52
great
years
show.
old. He looks fantastic.
In that 9 Perfect Strangers, he plays like a recovering alcoholic or drug addict or something like that.
He's an
and he's like
Ant-Man.
kind of like a jerk to everybody. I'm like, oh, I kind of like this.
Huh.
Kind of like this little attitude.
He is constantly asked if he's Brad Garrett, though.
He's like a hot Brad Garrett.
Are you implying that Brad Garrett isn't hot,
Not
Mary?
as hot as Bobby Cannavale.
Oh.
Is that how you say it? Cannavale?
Bobby Cannavale, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude. But, I mean, The Watcher is good, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting trip through that show. He's kind of a little too tightly wound in that show for my taste.
I mean, should have been more relaxed about people sneaking into his house.
Well, he kind of goes off the rails like right away. If they had built him up more to it, I think it would have been more realistic.
Well, I think-
right off the bat, he freaks out. Like he's screwing up at work, and I mean,
Right, but I think that
that's
goes to
what
show
he is.
he's kind of this guy that he's made mistakes in the past, and then he's doing it again, and he's not handling it well because he spent way too much money.
I see.
On that house, and also
he's too impetuous.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's feeling tight about the whole thing. But he's got to have his butcher block countertops.
He's Italian and Cuban. What a combination.
There you go.
He was in Chef. That's what I recognized him from. And
The Favreau movie?
uh-huh.
Yeah.
He was like his one of the sidekicks.
Sous chef?
Not a sous chef, because John Leguizamo was a sous chef. He's like the third guy. And then the other guys. He's one of like the douchebag cops in that.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance to go fund yourself. Get it? I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword check at WMMS.com. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Just got that message from Gene in Parma about the my tequila and Red Bulls. I was reading that a tequila shortage is imminent. Now, there are a lot of people who are not into tequila, and I understand that. I very much am. I'm not a nerd about it, but when it comes to liquor, it will always be my first choice. But there are a lot of stories coming down the pike that there's going to be a tequila shortage.
Is there an agave shortage?
That there are demand is so high. I mean, think about it. Sooner or later, everyone's going to have their own brand of tequila. I mean, celebrities alone, because there's so much money to be made. George Clooney and Bryan Cranston and all, The Rock, everybody's got a tequila brand. And so the demand is so high that it's creating a lot of supply constraints. Now, I think that this also works. This lets these companies charge more, too. Because we're not there watching them pick the agave plant. We're not watching them make the stuff. So we have to take their word for it that, it's very, very scarce. Supply and demand. Like gas. That's all made up, too. There's no scarcity of that. But once they rack those prices up, they're going to keep them up. They're not going to leave money on the table.
Well, that's when people are going to switch back to vodka or gin or lighter fluid, whatever.
Vanilla extract in large quantities.
Drink some turpentine with some honey in it.
So it's a, the agave plant has to mature for a long time. I mean, if you're making something.
What a metaphor for life,
Hey,
If you're making something out of sugar cane, you don't need it. It doesn't take a long, long time to make it. But tequila, it takes a long time to make.
They should start 3D printing tequila.
Hey.
Or agave.
3D printing
Why
agave
you
plants.
worry about the agave. You just 3D print the tequila.
Get right to the tequila.
Mm-hmm.
Americans love whiskey and bourbon more than anything else. But, tequila is having its day.
Yeah, well,
I like
when
gin,
tequila's
too.
too expensive, then don't you forget that you can just get yourself some Cleveland whiskey. And you'll be just fine.
Bill Squire Friday Get Down ain't brought to you by no tequila.
Nope.
They slept on that. Cleveland whiskey. They go, we know when we got a good thing going here. Alan, I'm related on my wife's side to an old tequila distillery family, and I can get it direct.
Petro.
Well, la-dee-da.
Oh,
So he's an heir.
good for you.
He's not an heir. His wife is an heir.
Heiress.
Heiress.
But he would be a recipient of that heir.
What?
If he's married to an heir.
Yes,
then,
please explain this. A recipient of that heir.
Please explain it to me.
Well, whatever she inherits, he also receives because he is her partner.
Provided they stay married, but that's her family's
And
money.
they share the wealth. Like, not every
But that's her family. That's not his family.
not every married couple shares all their money.
Especially if it's tequila heiress money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although it could be like, what is that, El Toro? What's that really, the plastic jug, the really bad stuff. Oh my God, what is it called?
It's
El
probably El
Jimador?
Toro. No, El Jimador is pretty good. I think you're thinking of El Toro.
Plastic jug of tequila?
Yeah, like
It's
a giant
bottom,
handle of...
bottom shelf.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even
Yeah,
remember
it's
that.
got a little hat on it. Yeah, El Toro silver tequila, dude. That stuff is, it's like when you got $4 to get hammered. This is,
Yep.
yeah, one of those.
Whatever's down there, it's like the
Right.
liquor version of bagged cereal.
Dude,
Old
we used,
granddad.
when I was in college, we used to mess up some Orloff because that was the only vodka that they would serve in the
Kamchatka?
drive-thru.
I'm getting a
Pop
headache
off.
listening to this.
Yeah, right. Well, you had to make.
4 stars on Google reviews. El Toro tequila.
Well, yeah, people are on there like,
'Cause it
this got me
costs
effed up fast and cheap.
$9
This is great.
El Toro.
Well, right now the big thing is people are putting vodka through their Brita and it filters it out, and so they're putting cheap vodka in there and they put it through the Brita and it tastes a lot better.
That's not true, is it?
That's I've seen it in a
Really?
coffee
Yeah.
maker. I saw someone do it through a coffee maker,
Huh.
but then you have hot vodka.
Yeah, you know.
Yum.
But
No, people are doing it through Brita.
Wow.
And
I'm gonna fill my.
filters it.
We got a big Berkey filter at Casa Cox. I'm gonna start filtering. We don't really drink vodka. My wife cannot drink
Yeah, she's not a
vodka.
vodka lady.
She'll be bra off on top of the table, so no
Tell her
vodka.
to have some.
Oh, I do. I
You're like,
do.
Let's get that bra off,
But
lady."
in mixed company,
Yeah, that's a private drink.
no Swayze, no Wazy. But no, I'll drink tequila all day long.
See, that's it. Tequila.
Or gin.
Tequila is like when I am feeling sassy. Like I had to have something big in my life to be drinking tequila. My normal drink is just vodka. Nothing special. I don't really mess with gin. I don't do any
You don't want to do like a shot of gin?
no.
Ugh. That was one of the things
No
they told us to
gin,
look
no
for
whiskey.
as like underage kids ordering shots of things you wouldn't normally order shots of.
Gin.
So like
Yeah.
a shot of gin or a shot of rum. You're like, it's not really.
There was one time I got drunk off of gin, and I swear the drunk only lasted like 45 minutes, and it was like I drank all that for nothing.
You can do a shot of rum, though. You never hear about anybody having a shot of gin.
do a shot of any of that.
No one
Ugh.
likes gin.
I
Gin-
love
Gin
gin.
is not
Gin
good.
is in another drink.
What?
Gin and you mix.
Gin
Oh,
is a
yeah.
mixing drink.
You make a
yes.
cocktail out of gin. You
You're
don't
right.
just shoot gin. Although that's what they would do in the
You can.
Philippines.
Drink gin shots.
They had San Miguel's gin, and they would just sit there and drink it out of a little tin cup. It'd be ice cold, and they just
It's
shoot it down
sipping.
until it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. Vodka makes Gwen strip because Sir Joe Nichols said that tequila makes her clothes fall off.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people. It's weird that people have that reaction to different alcohols. I'm
all in
about
your
the
head.
same. I
think
so too.
I think it's more or less your mood going into it. So some people angry drink whiskey, which is like, whiskey makes me an angry drunk,
Yeah.
or tequila makes me feel sexy.
Yeah.
That's kind of your mindset going into it. So that's what's going to be exacerbated by your drunkenness.
For me, it's not even booze that makes me take my clothes off. It's Capri Sun Charkleberry Fin.
Oh, look at that. Keep this one away from your kids' parties.
Yeah.
We're walking
And
around
don't
talking
be
about sexy
exacerbating.
kids. Exacerbated.
That's why I'm never invited. I'm out there exacerbating the problem. Let me break. If you want to text for something, 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com and text wherever you're listening on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
water filter thing.
I don't know. I
gotta
saw
start
one
watching
video
that show.
about it.
You got a what?
Great
What?
show. I love that show.
I only saw the one video about it, and they put it through a coffee maker.
All right, well, there you go.
Did they say it worked? I do remember that episode. I don't remember if it worked.
Myth busted is what they said.
All right. Well, the article that I read, the clickbait article that I read, said it does work.
The one that says, you'll never believe what these people did.
What the kids have learned from TikTok this time.
Yeah. You listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state. Tell me where you do that. I'd like to know where people are. Carrie is one of our bureau chiefs in Richmond, Virginia. Jackie's in Paramus, New Jersey. Molly's in Denver. Ray's up in Vancouver. And we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of Utah. Jason is in Eagle Mountain, Utah. It's right across Utah Lake from Provo, Utah, which is where Brigham Young University is.
Yep.
And according to Twitter, Brigham Young University is dealing with an epidemic of armpit crabs.
Whoa.
Which I think we can all infer what that means, right? Because they're not doing other things at this Mormon school. Does it mean that they're banging people's armpits? This can't be right. I thought Mormon girls did anal.
Well,
to
they
maintain
do a lot,
their virginity.
Right, Bill? That they are always looking for loopholes and.
I don't know.
Bill, you have the floor on armpit
like
crabs.
This when I was Mormon.
Well, I mean, if you think about
you hear about the soaking, which, from what I understand, it's more of like a meme than an actual thing.
Right.
But there's always people that are trying to get away with stuff, but they end up just having sex, and then they lie about it, or they get someone pregnant
Like every
by accident.
religious
Yeah,
kid does.
It's just like any other religion, but
You
these
could bang
armpit
an
crabs
armpit.
doesn't make sense because, like, who's banging? Like they don't. Mormon girls, from what I understand, they're shaving their pits.
Yeah.
So I don't know where all this armpit crab
Maybe
coming from.
it's the boys.
Boys on boys.
Yes, they could be fake gay. Like they're real gay, but they're faking straightness because of Mormons. So the way they get around both staying virgins and not being gay is by banging their armpits.
I mean, maybe there's always that possibility. It sounds like just some tweet that got.
You don't
blown
think
out of
this is
proportion.
real?
The
I don't
armpit
think it's real
crab
either.
thing. No, I don't at all.
In local news, a sexy new trend has emerged at James Woods High.
That's right, Tom. It appears that students have taken to having ear sex in lieu of traditional intercourse.
Over 200 reports of ear sex have been confirmed so far, prompting a new slogan. Once you go black, you go deaf.
Right.
Sounds like there's a pattern developing, Tom.
Well, okay. Maybe we'll never find out if the armpit crabs at Brigham Young University is a real situation.
I feel like it's real.
Having relationships and consensual sexual behavior doesn't have to include intercourse, says a campus therapist. And the students at BYU are the most creative at coming up with sexual workarounds. Armpit sex was an act that was in vogue for BYU students last year as a way around the chastity rule.
See, but it's not even a way around it because it still counts as touching. Like you're not supposed to do any naked touching.
No sexual contact whatsoever.
Right. I mean, they were like petting, like what they would call it. Not even just heavy petting. Heavy petting is where you're touching bare hand to bare boob. They're just talking about like over the clothes stuff as being a no-no.
Yeah.
Is that considered?
Passionate kissing.
Sex?
It's sexual in nature,
Hand?
so because it can all lead to sex.
Hand over the shirt, petting.
Yeah, they say no.
That's sex.
Well,
I mean, they're not saying that's sex, but they're saying it leads to sex.
And if you're
so
really
don't do
repressed,
that.
anything can lead to sex.
Yeah. So they don't want you to do that because before you know it, you're escalating the situation. It's a gateway growth.
You don't know what, you have to go back to your room and exacerbate the situation.
You think it's kind of hot though?
Armpit sex?
If that's what you got nothing else.
Got a
It's
nice,
just-
big, strong arm. You just.
But it just,
Headlock.
but
it
it
probably
has to,
still makes a bunch of noise.
but it has to be so clumsy.
Does it?
Yeah.
Just put it in there.
So she's on her knees. You're standing up with your pants around your ankles.
But and at that
and
point,
you're
just
boning her armpits.
She's
just
facing
give her
away
a-
from you. You're
give her a
behind her.
handy. Or
Facing
get a hander.
away. You don't know. Maybe she wants to watch.
There's lots of different angles you could go in
Get an
at.
HJ at that point.
There you
I got
go.
an over the pants HJ when I was in high school, and it was fantastic.
And under
if
the
her-
pants HJ isn't even great. I would
When-
absolutely not
when
want
you
it
don't
over
have
the
anything
pants.
When you
else.
haven't had anything yet,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
I guess.
So you know,
All I'm saying
ruin a
is,
pair of khakis.
I wear clinical strength deodorant.
Yeah.
It is dry as a bone in there. So like the deodorant has got to make friction, right?
Oh,
And
you're
come
gonna
out.
have to have roll on.
Yeah, you want
you
go
want
with the
band
gel.
roll on the gel.
But the gel still dries.
No, the
So you're gonna
powder
have it
dries.
cakey. No, I use gel.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you want to you
I
want to do
use
it
liquid,
right after applying the gel.
but it will still dry on your peen. You'll be itchy.
And that
Well, then you got to
menthol or
figure that
whatever
out.
that is.
Oh
like,
God,
that's,
yeah.
ew.
Yeah, that would not feel good.
No, thank you.
Hey, who wants to talk to Marcel from New York
Whoa,
City?
it's not even Monday.
I don't.
Hey, Marcel.
Actually, Alan,
Yes, sir.
actually, it's Tuesday.
What?
Believe me. That's
What?
right.
What?
That's right. It's Tuesday.
Wow.
silly.
All right.
And this trending is for sports fans is going to be warning to the language. But I don't have much time for you guys, but I will say this. According to the New York Post, Mr. Simmons rips referees after fouling out again. BS. That's bull. We didn't say it on radio or TV. If I did, I'm saying for the FCC, I could even laugh even more. What a shame. After this, what all but admissible, but a 134-124 loss to the Grizzlies, my Brooklyn Nets says Simmons fouled out with 7 points and 8 rebounds. But he took just 5 shots and had 5 turnovers and finished a game worth minus 16. His unwillingness to drive hurting the offense. So, who else what Ben Simmons did returned from the work in progress last night? And the work toward a step backwards as well with fouling out and ripping the ref afterwards.
He's going off.
Oh, my God. What is he thinking? What is he thinking?
Yes,
Here's
what
the
is
thought
he
for you.
thinking?
This cadence is like makes me dizzy. I can't even get a. I can't. I'm hanging on for
I
dear
love that.
life, Marcel.
We haven't talked to you in 2 years, and you just jump right into
Yes,
the bit.
yes.
You don't even give a crap about
Just
any of us.
Nope. Cut to the chase. Go
And
ahead.
then you start reporting on New York sports like anyone here cares. We're in Cleveland.
Marcel,
That's right.
don't listen to him at all. He's a negative Nelly. You go right ahead.
What? Thank you, my friend. And I will say this. The tease for what's coming up on the show before you guys heading to a right direction and all the right reasons, you better stay right where you are, my friends. Mr. Cox and his crew comes right back with more of his show on this Tuesday on 100.7 WMMS right after these messages. You better stay right there. I promise you.
Yeah.
Wait, are you sending us to a break?
He's putting me
he
into
just
a break.
did, yeah.
I guess I got to take a break.
Almost to the top of the hour.
Yeah. I don't break at the top of the hour, Marcel.
That if he listens.
I
That's
understand.
But
Thank you, my friend.
hey, thank you, Marcel. How's it going there in New York?
It is definitely fine. All things considered, heading back to normal. Winter is just around the corner. Autumn is here, so Thanksgiving is around the corner.
Of course.
And
Autumn in New York,
it's
there's
everything
nothing
in
like
between.
it, is there, Marcel? Autumn in New York, nothing like it.
Yes, exactly it is, my friend. And
Okay.
all yours in Cleveland. I'm very sorry about your Guardians' loss to the Yankees. My Yankees is eliminated, but the cheated Astros can't. What else they sweep anyway?
Right.
What else?
Exactly.
What else they sweep
What else
anyway?
they sweep anyway? I love it.
Did they sweep some words out of that sentence?
With all due respect, this could be a chance to have your Guardians in 2023 to look for the postseason and the World Series. Your crown to the city, as always.
My crown to the city, as always. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Marcel.
Absolutely. With all due respect. respect. And I'll leave you with this. Respect is a treat to anyone, from Richard Branson.
Yeah. From Richard
Be
Branson.
that.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
That is gross.
Okay, thank you, Marcel. There's a lot of words in there being thrown
So much
around.
happening.
So much happening. I can't. It's like you're in a plane that's going down and you're just trying to hang on. Just the cadence
You're
and
right.
the
There's
rhythm.
like-
There's no rhythms.
If
to
it were written, there would be commas in the wrong places. There would be no periods followed by ellipses. It
Wow.
would be, yes.
Marcel, the shell with shoes on.
Go to break. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Marcel
It's
took me to break.
Stay tuned right after this.
Uh-huh. All right, guys, we're going to be back with Marcel from New York City. And he's going to be, with all due respect, that'll be the name of his autobiography. With, I can't even replicate what he's doing.
No.
To like...
It's madness.
Make fun of it. It is madness. I can't even make fun of it or replicate it.
We cannot air it.
The
That'd be
crown.
cool.
The crown is now. Come on. How long since we've talked to Marcel?
It's been a while.
Because every single time we talk to him, he's bringing us something new.
Oh.
And he is providing a valuable service around here that I can't provide. I'm not Joe Sports. You know this.
We have the Poundcake sports break, and he's stepping all over Poundcake's toes.
What?
Yeah, I don't appreciate that at all, Marcel. Just parachuting in whenever he wants to do a sports.
Yeah, no consistency to it.
Yes, but Poundcake, you're not looking at the glass half full here.
Use the
no
same
matter
stories.
no matter what you do, it's going to be exponentially better than him.
Think so?
He's set the bar so low. Yes.
Okay.
Come on. Okay. Your only competition is yourself. I know you know this.
That's awesome. Okay.
He's calling us from Brooklyn. Frankly, I'm happy he's still alive. He sounds like the kind of guy who might step into traffic, not on purpose. But I don't know what his situation is there.
Poundcake, your only competition is yourself. Who do you think's winning?
My.
Not yourself.
My
and self are two different people.
I see. You know, when we got up this morning, I never thought I'd hear armpit sex.
Yeah, well, crabs nonetheless.
Crabs. Yeah, I think somebody's making
fun.
something up.
Yeah.
Just having some fun.
Just being silly.
I still can't get my head around why anybody who's not Mormon would go to Brigham Young University. I have a friend that went there.
Lost a bet.
She's gay.
That's even more puzzling.
Yeah.
Unless she's going there knowing there's a bunch of repressed
I
gay
think
girls,
maybe
and she's
that's
like,
what it was.
Hey, I'm going to just kind of.
I'm going to gay you.
Yeah, gay it up here. Scissor Town.
Scissor Town. That is what they call Salt Lake City. I mean, I know it's in Provo, but I'm sure they have a campus in the SLC. They call it Scissor Town.
I do love a good armpit, though. I'm not going to lie.
What constitutes a good armpit? Well, he's a gay man, so he's getting all his schnoz up in there, and right? I mean, pheromones and things. Right?
I'm not necessarily taking a whiff, but it's just like a well-maintained armpit.
Does something for you?
I
guess
like if you take care of your
if
arms,
I see an armpit that is not well maintained, that is a turnoff. So I guess I do enjoy a well maintained armpit.
Well, I'm just saying, like guys, like when you have like a great arm, it comes along with a nice little pit there. But if it looks all dangly, you got like deodorant, little.
Oh, you don't want
there,
like the little crusties,
the little
and things,
dingleberries, and like I don't know.
Deodorant dingleberries.
The fact that you care is a turn on for me. Some guys like, I don't care what my armpit looks like. It just look like, I don't know, like the Cave of Wonders underneath there. You know?
Cave of Wonders.
I don't know, but the guys that do care, I'm like, so if you care about your little armpits, you definitely care about, the back and the front.
Yeah.
Your
grundle and such.
Yeah,
oh, God.
That's the little something.
Your thought is if they're grooming one area, they're grooming all of them.
Absolutely.
I asked Brian if he would be upset if I stopped shaving my legs. I really hate shaving. It's one of the things I hate more than anything. It just takes too much time, and I know you can do it quickly, but it's tedious.
Why don't you nair?
I don't like it. That's why I get Brazilians, because I don't like shaving. I'll go 5 weeks, 2 months. My legs in the winter, I'm not shaving between October and April.
Your legs are hibernating.
Dude, I don't even care. I have pretty fine hair, though. So my hair isn't like big, bushy man legs. And I asked Brian, I was like, would it bother you? He goes, listen, it's your body. You do whatever you want. I already dated a wilderness woman who didn't shave any part of her
I
body.
dated a girl in college who didn't shave
He's
her
like,
pits.
it's not like it bothers me. I don't prefer it. But it's if you want to quit shaving your legs, quit shaving your legs. And I was like, quit being so awesome all the time. And then he goes, I also told you if you gain 5 pounds, I'd leave you. So.
Yes. He is laying so many traps around you, but he's smart enough to make you think that you're doing it of your own accord.
Yeah, right.
This guy's a genius.
No, he was joking. Remember when I said, how big can I get? And he said, whatever weight you are right now.
That's right. You are maxed out right now, honey. So be careful. Now,
you're
if
so perfect and sweet. And he's like, yeah, but don't do it.
Now, if you stop shaving and that adds 5 pounds of hair to you, then you find yourself in a bit of a predicament. A pickle, as we say. A sticky wicket.
Yeah, if I never shaved again, it wouldn't bother me for not even one moment. I don't mind being hairy.
Yeah, I'm not, thankfully, my wife is not into the hair thing, so she's smooth.
Here's the thing. I feel sexier, and I like the way my legs, like my smooth legs, feel after I shave them, but it also doesn't.
Hate doing it.
It just, I don't like that feeling more than I dislike shaving.
I don't want to hear the girl in bed next to me sending out cricket songs with her legs.
No cricket songs. You can't even
rubbing your legs together. And
I don't know the last time I shaved. Now, they are a little dry.
Yeah, they are. But you all ashy.
I know, I'm ashy. I had on tights today.
Get yourself some skin food or something,
I have
homie.
lotion.
Oof. Well, having it, anybody can have lotion.
It's
Shall I
using
lotion
it.
my legs?
Using the lotion. You know how to have the lotion. You don't know how to use the lotion.
You want me to use
And
lotion
that's,
right now?
Nope. I do not.
All I'm saying is do whatever you want with your body. Nothing matters. Everybody dies alone.
Your body, your choice.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Nothing. Mary is just. I want to take my advice from her because she already has had like her dad die, so she knows how to cope with things. So I'm just gonna look to her for all my facts of life.
Most people call me unstable or ask me why my therapy isn't working.
Are you saying to yourself, well, since Mary's dad is dead, that means that I can take her advice on armpit grooming?
No, I'm just saying.
Alan's dad's dead too, by the way.
My dad is dead too, and ain't nobody lining up to to get on their knees in front of me and avail themselves of my wisdom.
Grovel at my hairless feet. That's you.
They are hairless.
No, I guess I relate closer to Mary because we've had similar upbringings.
Similar
upbringings. So I just take her advice on things because I don't know how I would cope if one of my parents, my mom passed away. But I don't know. Everyone dies alone.
Everyone does die alone.
I'm like, yeah, you know what? We all do. We all die alone.
Alan, the armpit thing is called bagpiping.
No, it is not.
Yeah, that's great.
Sex in the armpit of another person is called bagpiping.
Yo,
There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
try that.
Now I'm interested.
Now that it has a silly name, Bill's in.
Yeah.
Go ask your girl tonight. Do you want a bagpipe?
Do some bagpiping.
How do you feel about bagpipes?
And I'm gay, so
Now, teabag piping is probably very difficult
Yeah,
to
flexibility,
do.
man.
You have to be going to yoga classes.
So you got to
and
be
the
a
whole
yoga
bit.
instructor for
Yeah,
that one.
that's right. You got a what, Cody?
Well, I'm gay. I was like, so the smell thing is not gonna bother me at
Yeah.
all. So, and then on top of that, I've had guys compliment me on like my arms and my chest. So there have been times where they have dug their face into like my arm.
And so the compliment is you've got a nice chest?
I've got a
I like your arms?
Well, they've licked my arm and then they've gone up to my pit. And I never thought anything of it. I thought it was just like they had a pit fetish. But now that this is like a common thing, I'm like, it's not a fetish.
Maybe it was a Scottish guy you were dating.
My dog likes licking my girlfriend's armpit.
My dog used to do that.
Why
I
does
think
she
it's
let
like a
your dog
deodorant
do
thing.
that?
She doesn't, but like
They get their little nose in there and they go
sneaks
at it.
She'll sneak
But
it.
you just clamp your arms down or push the dog away.
Yeah, she does, but I mean, she's still always going for it.
Does your dog also eat the crotch out of her underwear?
Maybe.
I'm serious. Dogs do
Yeah,
that.
oh,
They
I know, but I'm just
not usually men's underwear though.
Yeah.
Like usually only women's underwear.
If they can get to the underwear.
If it's in like a hamper on the ground or something,
Don't
like,
put a lid on your hamper.
Put a lid on your hamper.
You want your dog to eat all your underwear?
No, but I'm saying it's a thing. I have like a
No,
tall
I understand.
hamper.
I know
so-
it is. I'm
and
just
no
saying,
dog.
like, there's no reason anybody should be losing
Or people
skivvies
would
to their
have
dog.
it like if they take a shower and they leave their dirty clothes in the bathroom while they're in the shower, the dog comes in
Yeah.
and eats the underwear.
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend doesn't wear a lot of underwear, so it's more of like her.
I can't do that. I don't like the way my lips feel on the jeans.
Jesus
Sorry.
Christ.
my lip, my mouth, my face. is what
Yeah,
I'm
no, I
talking
know.
about.
You're kissing your jeans
I
all the
kiss my
time.
jeans
You know how Mary
goodnight.
kisses her jeans? Right. God. There's too much chafing going on, and I don't
Maybe you
care
need some
for it.
softer denim.
Maybe.
I don't like it that much.
Love you.
Oof, boy.
Is that wrong?
I
Is
gotta,
that wrong?
I don't.
But please don't touch my
I
vagina.
don't think technically.
I've got to take a break. With or without Marcel, I'm going to send myself to break. You want to get the last word in, just shoot me a text, 35192. The Corey Roddick Experience after 6:30, and before that, a chance for you to grab another $1,000, another keyword coming to go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
Featuring
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Fall Out Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick? Muse.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach weather.
And Rosalind.
Capital One cardholder presale tickets are gone. Cardholders have first access to tickets. But don't worry, because cardholders can see more exclusive offers at CapitalOne.com/entertainment.
And get ready because tickets to the general public go on sale Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
At iHeartRadio.com/alter ego.
You can experience Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Fall Out Boy. Jack White. Muse. Phoenix.
Churches.
Beach weather. And Rosalind. Alter Ego 2023. Presented by Capital One.
And we'll see you
Saturday, June 14th, Kia Forum, LA.
This is Hall of Famer Eric Dickerson. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Macy's.
Trade winds are swirling around the Browns. They're listening to offers for Kareem Hunt and Greedy Williams with the NFL trade deadline a week from today. Bowling Green's tapped Derek Vandermeer as its new AD. He comes from the University of Arizona, where he was the school's athletic COO. And legendary broadcaster Jim Nantz says the 2023 Final Four will be the last